Everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We got ourselves another Saturday challenge here. Now this should be interesting because we've got a dozen of these old metal merchant guard and we got to make them look like the Diwali merchant guard over here. So there are some differences between the two, that's for sure. We'll see what we can do to make them look as similar as possible. There's a few more gemstone type things there and some other changes. Maybe we do some tattoo stuff. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry for all the delays. Um, I was hoping to be starting about 20 some odd minutes ago, but you know how that always goes. We can stick with the white pants. We've even got that. We've got a sash here, though I think we'll go with the violet on that because we don't have the man bra there. We'll go violet there with the blue up there. Nice to see you there, Landra. Stay there, Recoil. So yeah, there's 11 of them sitting here. Oh, and by the way, I think you remember seeing this, right, Recoil, where we tried to animate that. So that's your Golden King of Abrakhan right there, and these are the Merchant Guard. So Landras, the Smurfs are looking great. Recoil, I did not have a chance. I looked at the site there. It sure does look an awful lot like the Geek Gaming stuff. I haven't had a chance to look at their, actual prices and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. Here's some of the stuff that we did last night. This was one of three. That's your Scar Vet, most likely. And then we did a couple of other dudes here again in our old Lizardman color scheme right there. Where's our golden cow? Here he is. So actually, here, look at this. So now he's going to match with his other merchant guard there, so we'll kind of go with the same deal right there. Right, Andrew? How you doing? So great to see you again, Andrew. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, Andrew. Appreciate you doing that. Now, I also put together, let me see if I can scare up this picture right here. One second here. I don't think that's the one that's going to do it. Maybe this one will. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, so this is a little bit of a timeline. So we got started out with this, right? We chopped it into 4, and then we made these 4 spacescapes out of it here. So I'll be posting that tomorrow. Yep, there's the last one right there. Okay, so if it's about 12 Australian dollars, we're looking at maybe $7 to $8 here, something like that, maybe. So, Anthro, I hope that you're doing well. Now, we're going to just try and do some dry, brushy stuff right here. We'll be using these again. Again, I prefer the filberts, but, just trying to save them a little bit of wear and tear here. So is this the golden maple? Yeah, it's one of the golden maple ones there. Just trying to soften this up a little bit. Of course, Recall, if you want to share anything in the chat, like usual, all right, go ahead, do that. Here, let's start making some radiant gray here. Because, radiant gray. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hang on to a few of them, right? We might do kind of 5 here at once or something like that. And then part of the way through we'll start up again so people can kind of see that process happen, see it play out. There's nothing complicated about this. That's for sure. That is the one thing about this. It's not complicated. There are not lots of fancy little things we're doing. No fancy equipment. Just this, a couple of hairy sticks in the oil paint, right, Landrast? Yeah, let's just keep going here. Now, these are the Daz air dry clay style bases. Right here. Now, somewhere I've got a printed Golden King of Abrakhan. Don't know where the heck he's at. I'm pretty sure it's Diwali. Just like those other Merchant Guard and such. Actually, Recoil, I'm so desperate to try and get figs ready for, is this the same dude? Okay, that's the same one. That, I'm going to probably do a couple of army painting series just to kind of help fill things out faster. One of them is going to be the Wolves of Isengard because I need tons of those, and I've never really done a video on that type of basing before, so that's a good combination. Kills about 3 birds with 1 stone. I do think I need to print out some more of the Duvalier Warg Riders, though. I have plenty of casualties. Where is... Okay, is that a different Jew? Yeah, here, let's get another one of these here. Again, Dazair dry clay bases. We'll do some glazy stuff over the top of this like we usually do. So good old hairy sticks. Yeah, let's do this right here. Obviously, the surface on these is going to be a little bit rougher than it was on the Duvalier printed ones. What do we got here? We got 4. Here, let me move these out the way. We'll do at least 6 of these. We'll do 5, and then we'll leave 1 of these in this state so that we kind of have, again, it's like that's the neat thing about the Saturday challenges is we have things in multiple stages, so that at any point we can say, well, here's what it used to look like. Here's kind of the main stages that we did to get here. Little sneaky snakes here. Those are 3D printed. Let's get this going here. Actually, I have a whole bunch of Harad tents, so you might be seeing those painted on stream. Oh, actually, I printed those out all in the 0.08 layer height, by the way. And I figured that'd be fun to do some of our freehand on those big old tents there. So I won't be surprised. Probably not the King's tent. That might be a series, a video series. Okay, we got 2, 4, 6. I need a 7 one because I want 1 here. So I want to have 1 in this stage. I want to have 1 that is going to be just a primer. And I want to make sure I still have 1 where it's just going to be the glaze stuff over the top. I just realized I need that stage too. Is that another? Boy, but I was filing these things like crazy, and there's still a piece of flashing on this guy. And I figured I was going to be finding stuff like that once I started doing this. Yeah, there was a big pile of metal shavings down here on the table, that's for sure. Alright, what do we got there? Alright, then I'm going to take these 4 dudes here. We're going to get these guys out of my way here. Alright, you're going to go over here, I guess. I need at least 1 primed one. Okay. Good enough. Now, let's do something later. Just working with the orchids for the most part here. Reasons. Alright. Oh, Armored Wolf, the gee whiz, I can't believe it. The Carnosaur showed up today. So that's another thing I'm going to try to get put together. Now, Armored Wolf, all of us after seeing, remember I was going through the old Lizardman army stuff, and I saw the Carnosaur with the wings on him. I was, I have to say, Armored Wolf, I was kind of tempted to try and put wings on, but I don't know if I have the old plastic GW wings. I thought I had a set of those. And unfortunately, it is illegal to take, say, Lord of the Rings, like a ring wraith on Fellbeast wings or something like that, and put those on there. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I don't know if that would take it too much out of the lore if I was to put wings on them. So I might not do that. Obviously, I'm not going to use 3D printed wings because they would get all jinky about that most likely. So again, we're just hitting these with the lighter weight. So yeah, I think we'll ditch that, but I'm still thinking about the fiery underside there on one Carnosaur. Let's try this. Now, instead of a waterfall, I was almost thinking of a lava fall or something like that. Kind of emerging from a sculpted, some kind of stone temple type thing. At first it was going to be blood, but then I thought, well, if I do the lava there, then I get to actually have some reflected light and other wild things. We'll just mess around. We'll do some GPT stuff, throw in about a dozen different parameters, do several iterations, and see if there's between all of those, if there's one combined thing that's going to be a usable concept. Let me do this. Going to get me a little bit more white on the trusers here. I think this is the last one that needs this. All right. And then we get to use some of our fabulous asphaltum and Van Dyke Brown for doing a little glazy stuff on the skin tones. Just trying to get as much paint out of this as we can. Okay, good to go. Let's get these out of my way again. Where can they go? They'll go down in here. Now let's now that that's off to the side, I'm gonna see if I can't find me some stuff to use for the glazing process here, like those. You don't go in there. You go in there. Now here we'll use these two maybe. So nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew, and welcome Moriarty. How you doing, Mort? It's been a while. It's been a while. I hope that you're doing fabulous. Happy Saturday/Sunday. So yeah, Recoil, I'll try to keep track of the game, but I think if the Roos don't win, then nothing matters. Because I think if GWS wins that game, there's 2 rounds left. I mean, something could happen. Now, let me see. So that is... that game starts in about 5 minutes, it looks like. Yeah, I was looking at that and thinking, do I have the times all mixed up here? The dates all mixed up? No, it is about to... it's about to begin. First bounce. Of course, if the Roos do manage to win this game, that would be pretty well. There it is, first 4:26 until first bounce. All the world's a Roos fan, Recoil, right now. All the world's a Roos fan. So great to see you there, Mort. I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff we've been doing, like the BSG stuff. Now again, I can mix, right? If I actually come into contact with the white there, I can actually utilize that and mix that with the asphaltum that's going on here. I got to remember to keep one of these primed gents off to the side, so we have again that little bit of a step-by-step kind of thing to look at. So yeah, oh, here we go. Here it is. So we've done 2 of these. I did print out another one last night. I didn't have a chance to look. I think it did print out okay. But yeah, I think I've got 7 or 8 other ships that are already printed out. anything else here? It says skin. Nope, that is it. That is it, skin tone wise. So I'm going to save that other one. So I got my 2 saved over there. And again, if we want to mix, right, all that means is we just kind of come into more contact with the white paint instead of just kind of dabbing it on like we're sort of doing here. Using the asphaltum here. Also welcoming in Black Skull. How you doing there, Black Skull and Camda? Actually, Camda, I wanted to start 37 minutes ago, believe it or not. Well, it wouldn't have mattered, but my brother wants to come tomorrow to drop off stuff for my niece's wedding that I have to paint. So that's why I was trying to get this started earlier. I mean, it was sort of successful. Right, Camda? It wasn't fully successful. It was sort of successful. Actually, Black Skull, if there's anything that you wanted to share, some of your Reprocon projects and such, please go ahead and do that. So Black Skull, I think I'll be able to do the council on 2 Sundays from now, right, Black Skull? And of course, Camda, if you want to share any of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Actually, Nurgle Matthew, if there's anything you wanted to share, please go ahead. Same thing there, Moriarty. Yeah, if there's something you wanted to share. And Moriarty, I don't know if you saw the painting stream, right, where we were doing not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, count them, 4 spacescapes in one stream. And of course, last night we did some lizards. This is an old color scheme that I did back in 2007. It's really weird, Armored Wolf, to see these guys in that color scheme. Because, I mean, it's like they're so familiar, but also very different. Now, this is, again, as a combo, there is a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown in here, too, in the skin tones here. And we got 3 more of those already. Again, those are paintings that I was working on in the booth, in the Badger booth. And then what we're doing is we're chopping them into 4 pieces, taking the oil paints, and essentially making 4 new spacescapes out of the one. Alright, so everybody check out this link that Black Skull just about to post here. So Black Skull, I hope everything goes great at Reprocon. I hope that you have a lot of fun. Monster Den's going to be there, right? Yeah, that's right, because Sarge is hanging out with Monster Den, I think. Speaking of the council. So Canada, this is what we've been doing. Oh gosh, remember the Tomb Kings? It all started with that. Where we do the lighter dry brush. I mean, we did this last night on the Lizard Men. It's the same deal. Lighter dry brush. Then take the darker colors like so. Go over. So yeah, this all kind of started with the Tomb Kings. I want to say like winter of 2024. And this is our alternative to the pre-glaze. It's like post-glaze. I think that was the term that we ended up coming up with. That's fun. Yeah, I was asking Michael Paints Minis if they were still doing the factory tour. They don't do the after convention anymore, I don't think. That was actually my favorite part of Reprocon, was the after convention. Everybody check out that Insta link there that Black Skull just shared. Doing this now. So yeah, Camda, this is something we've been doing for quite a while now. I think the Paul Rubens alkyds made this a little bit easier too, a little more viable, because this initial later dry brush stuff, it sets even faster. right, than say if we were using regular radiance. So you can see if I kind of do that, see how it's actually mixing together there? And then if we go more straight up, it's going to be much darker. Let's keep going with his hand here. Shoulders, again, these are going to be a bit more rough than our Diwali guys because, well, these are old metal figs here. Ah, that's fantastic, Black Skull. How you doing there, Blades? Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Of course, Blades, why don't you post your Facebook thing in the chat there? I think I just saw it on Instagram today, Blades. I could swear that I did. But no matter what, why don't you go ahead and share that? And then everybody, again, please give Blades81 a follow while you're also at it. You want to do that. All right, here, let me get some of this. Some thinners. What do we got going on here? We got some sandy stuff happening there. So great to see you there, Blades. So Blades, hopefully the Jays are still holding steady there. I know I was asking you last night how they were doing. Let's see. Well, we're 3 minutes in. There's no score. As of course tonight we cover Aussie rules football. There's going to be a lot of Aussie rules on this stream tonight. Recoil. It's a critical juncture of the season. Win and you're in, lose and you are out. That's the name of the game now. Round 22, I think it is. It's just, I still can't believe that Collingwood they didn't just lose, they've gotten hammered their last couple of games there. I think same thing with GWS. Nice to see you there, Spotty. So, Spotty, same thing, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Spotty. Hope that you're doing fabulous on this Saturday/Sunday. Let's see. Yeah, I'm glad that they're again. It's baseball, right? Blades. There's upses and downses, and everything in between. Since it's baseball, so again, I think we've got 1, 2, 3. We got 6 guys now. We have the one guy that we set off to the side with the lighter drivers, and after we do all the glazy stuff, we'll show you kind of the difference one to the next. All right, now we'll do something on the trousers, I think. So those are going to be much lighter. They need something like this here. Where's more of our weight? Again, this is what we're looking for. We're actually maybe, a little bit of Payne's gray, perhaps. Something like that. So this is going to be a glazy thing, but not quite as glazy as what we just did. So not as much thinner. I mean, it's not like there's no thinner, but not as much. We're also going to get, again, a little bit more of this blue in here. More of that Payne's gray. In you go. So now, instead of that super dark brown in the crevices there, now it's just a darker gray. So again, not every glaze is going to be kind of that standard type of acrylic type or pinline wash type glaze. There's going to be differences. So it looks like GWS has jumped out early, 6.5 minutes in. Again, I think if GWS wins this game, I forget who they have to play next. Although Gold Coast has some tough opponents, and they haven't played as many games either. So they must have had their bye like extra early. Thank you so much, Coffee Cat. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Coffee Cat Presents a follow. So thank you so much for the raid, Coffee Cat. We are just getting underway here, actually. We are actually painting a dozen. Yeah, you heard that right. We're painting a dozen classic Harad Merchant Guard. These are old metal figures going back a long ways. And here is the scheme that we're going to be matching. Now, this is not one of the old classic figs. That's one of several that we painted that's 3D printed from Diwali. Now we're kind of doing the same color scheme, but on a whole brand new set of figures here. Now, last night on the stream, we were painting a little bit different subject here. We were doing some lizard men, but also in an old color scheme. So these are new lizard men, but done in a color scheme from almost 20 years ago. So that was pretty wild. What is old can sometimes become new. And the reverse, I guess. So again, these are all painted with oils like what we're doing with our Merchant Guard here. And again, Coffee Cat, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. Now here's again, you see more Merchant Guard. So we're going to again match that same color scheme on those guys. And this is the Golden King of Abrakhan, who again is the big boss man of the army. And I created this image based on him. So he's got my army symbol. That's the Eye of Gold. That's his golden throne of flame. And obviously he's got a little bit of treasure around him right there. So whoever possesses the Eye of Gold has great riches because they obviously have the flavor of Sauron. So that makes whoever possesses that a pretty powerful ombre there. And we just are underway here. We just got started 27 minutes ago. Yeah, 27 minutes ago. So not even a half hour ago. You can already kind of see. Here, let's get these. So we started with the dark brown primer. We did basically a light gray dry brush, and now you can see we're starting to put in some of our glaze stuff. So we're keeping those off to the side so that people can see kind of what it was that we did. So much appreciated their Coffee Cat. I hope that the stream was a blast. I'm sure that it was. And again, if everybody could please give Coffee Cat a follow, that'd be sensational. You can see there some of our glazy stuff worked its way all the way down to the to his little sash right there. We might wipe some of that away with a makeup sponge. But you can see how that that asphaltum slash Van Dyke brown glaze is already starting to look a little bit less shiny. That means we'll be good to rock and roll doing our next glaze there. I'm going to start working up here on the head though. And I think we'll be doing some stuff here on the lower legs as well with kind of an interesting purplish blue. So I think this is the last one that I need to do this glaze on. All right, we'll get this out of here. Let's do some blue stuff here. Now we got this here blue. A little bit of the Prussian blue, and that's kind of a greenish blue. We don't want to use too much of that. We'll actually get a little bit of the violet in there. Oh, look at that Prussian violet. A very industrious yet militaristic dark color. This now we're going to kind of go back a little bit more towards a traditional, for lack of a better term, glazy approach. You know what? I'm going to get me a little bit more of the violet in there. Maybe even a little more. That might just about do it. A little more here. Okay, let's start rolling with this. That's definitely going to go down here. for sure. Gonna have to leave the sash alone for right now. I know this gets some of that blue, and here we'll, that's where we're gonna let it mix. Right, we are definitely gonna let it mix there a little bit. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the merch. To the merch store. Yes, we have ourselves merch. Now we'll be adding some more stuff to it. I want to actually, I am gonna try and make some of those prints, Camda. So what I'll do is I'll put one, and I'll just buy it myself because most likely folks won't know it's there. So I'll just get one myself, and then we'll get a chance to see what the quality is like on those. I mean, if it's anything like the shirts, right, Camda? And of course their little water bottle too. That worked out real nice. So yeah, if it's anything like those, well then, yay. Now, I'm going to get me a little more thinner into this, I think, here. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Let's keep going with that. We might wait with the things on his unless we do this. Yeah, can't. I still got to get one for me. I just realized that. I still don't have one. I thought I did. Top of his head over here. Arms. And then we'll start going back with some of our mid-tones, like we always do with these. Kind of the lighter dry brush, then the darker glazes, then back to mid-tones, lighter mid-tones. Let me get rid of that little bit right there, not supposed to be there. Good to roll there, yeah. And we're just marching along here with our blue, then magenta. No, actually, we'll do some of the Payne's gray on the swords next. That's right. That'll give me a little more time before we mess around with the magenta. Yeah, Camda, this is I was using I think it was the ultramarine blue, which looks a whole lot like cobalt blue from Paul Rubens, and then mixed the Egyptian violet with it. Well, dioxazine violet. It's not full-on Egyptian violet, that's for sure. I think I forgot this part on the last guy. We'll back up to him after we do this guy here. I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's just going to be right here along his legs. Boom. Like so. Now, actually, it's, well, look at this. It's halfway through the first quarter there. Recoil and scores, as they say, are level. It could be a miracle in Canberra. Yes, sirree. Miracle in Canberra tonight. Recoil. There you go. More of, yeah. Let's keep going on this. And some of it down here. Oops. Not on his arm. Now, where's our Merchant King? So I do believe, yep, we went with the same blue on that sash. So let's do that. And I'm going to save him because there's still some of the glazy stuff there. All right, here we go. And away we go with our blue on the sash. And then we'll get to the swords. Then we'll do the magenta. And see, every so often I just kind of let that blend together. Maybe here, same deal. I mean, I would think there, Recoil, if you're on the ruse, first of all, you're kind of playing for your contract next season, but also if you could actually take out a team that would be in the 8, that would almost be like your playoff game. At least that's usually the mindset here. I don't know if that's going to be their mindset. We can hope, right, Recoil? So I don't know if Mum and Squeak are watching this one. A little more thinner. All the way down here. Come on. There we go. So again, you can see right there was a little bit of some of the blending with the lighter dry brush underneath. We're going to wait on this one. We'll definitely wait on that one. Blue here. No, we spoke too soon. We just jinxed them. Giants get a goal. Again, covering all things Aussie rules here on the Wobbleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. We already covered MLB. Now, I do believe that Green Bay was getting kind of shellacked by the Jets, and Cam Ward in his first performance, I believe, was creating some mischief there for the Packers. Again, that blue going down into here. All the way over this way. Then again, we're going to go to the swords. After the swords, we'll do our magenta. So there's some of the asphaltum mixed with the blue, so that's looking a little bit darker. No biggie. I think we got two other ones still. Actually, how did the game go last night, Recoil? Hopefully you got yourself a good result last night. Sorry I forgot to ask Recoil. It's been a non-stop day here for sure. So sorry about that. Here we are. Let's do this here. Gotta keep kind of refresh this brush here. Sorry about that, Recoil. That's about what we can do with the blue. We got one more here. Yeah, we got one more here. Nice to see you there, Kino. Now, Kino, if you wanted to share something in the chat, stuff you've been working on, please go ahead. So hope that you've been doing well there, Kino. It's been very up-tempo here. All kinds of new wild things. And oh yeah, that's right. I did an Instagram post today of all the different trees, of which this was the wildest one. Again, these are the trees made from FDM supports, by the way. And we made a flowering tree, a fruit tree, a winter tree, a fall tree, and a regular tree. And that vid's probably gonna maybe go up tomorrow or something like that on the Patreon page. Nice to see you there, Berkeley's. How you doing? So, or should I say Bercule Poirot? That's what I want to say there. Bercule Poirot. So how you doing there? And of course, happy Saturday/Sunday. It's still Saturday here. We got 59 minutes of a Saturday left. So again, just going to hit that with the Pains Gray. And we'll do that on all the swords is here. Crazy little serpent on the swords. Ah, that's fantastic. Very cool. Some of that here. Yep, here we go. So Black Skull, I guess now you're going to be doing some classes also while you're at ReaperCon. Again, just letting that sometimes mix with what is there. We're doing this super quick. Then again, we'll hit the magenta next, which is also going to be another kind of semi-opaque thing. It's not going to be just translucent. Actually, no. Wait a second. Let's do let's do something on their shoes here, which is just going to be the asphaltum and the Terra Rosa. They're kind of buried in the sand, so I don't have to do a lot on them. Also going to hit the sneaky snakes too, with just a little something for right now. Yep, get the rest of that snake. Again, the snakes are 3D printed, but the Merchant Guard, those are old metal GW figures, kindly donated to the channel there. Now that's fantastic, Black Skull. I'm sure those will be really fun. I'm sure those will be a blast. A little more of that asphaltum. Come on, there we go. So again, we're hitting the first 6 with our glaze stuff here and our dry brushy stuff. Trying to leave 1 in the primer phase, 1 in the dry brush phase. Then we're going to leave 1 of these guys in this phase. So we'll have basically a kind of a 3-step reference there. And then we'll just kind of proceed on with all the rest. And again, these Merchant Guard are for the Golden King of Abrakhan. We've already painted 1 version of him. I've got another one that we'll be painting. That was super fun to create, again, based on my color scheme. Where we at here with our turns a little bit there. Maybe even hit that too, I suppose. I was looking around for a snake on the base. There were no snakes on that base. So now the shoes aren't white anymore. The daggers, that's it. Some of them look like they do have sheaths here, so fine, we'll do something on that. Then, of course, we'll try to get some golds on whatever is there. Now, yep, Black Skull, tons and tons of... and this video is on the YouTubes here. Let me see if I can grab... Here it is. Whoops, wrong one. I don't know if you remember this. This wasn't all that long ago. So we did that. Plus we did the Kathy figure. Plus we did all of the... Oh gosh, what the Dull Amroth The Clansmen of Lamadon, we did those guys too. Hey there, Gamma Heads. We're doing all oil paints here. Now these are, we're using the alkyds here, which are basically just oil paints, but they do have the alkyd resin in those. And we're also using the Paul Rubens oil paints here. We also have a few of our other favorites. We do have some regular ones like our Asphaltum and Van Dyke Brown, Williamsburg and Gamlin. So yeah, they're a little bit different than the 3D printed ones from Diwali. And we're just about to add this magenta color here now. Let's get that going. So we've done plenty of plaid, plenty of tattoos. We've done tons and tons of freehand stuff, of course. Things like, where is our... There she is. Was that a 3-part series or a 4-part series? Just a little bit of light freehand on that one. And then, of course, there was our Trench Crusade vehicle that had a little bit of freehand on it there. Now, well, Gamma Heads, I hope that it's been fun. I know sometimes it can be a little bit challenging, right? It's a little bit challenging, but I also hope that it's been fun. Now here we're mixing a little bit of that not radiant violet in here, so it's kind of a lighter color. Yes, it's a glaze, but remember with the oils they can be very much opaque. And again, we've got tons of videos on the regular YouTube channel. And remember here, right, all of our VODs, or all of our we can't do the highlights anymore on Twitch, so they're all going right here. So the Linseed Fellowship channel, again, there's no ads on that or anything like that. It's like, so I'm guessing that the Golden King's around somewhere. He's like, yeah, he's over in the marketplace there. He's like, he's not buying any pipeweed, is he? It's like, dude, you got an unhealthy obsession with that stuff. You know how expensive that is? It's like, I don't know. I just take it from the hobbits. We did actually have ourselves a Gandalf 6 last night. What are we gonna get here? Well, that was mighty close. That was mighty close for Gamma Heads. That's a big old 5 right there. Now, so Gamma Heads, I'm glad that it's been fun. And again, that's it's very, very important, right? That if you're doing something like this, you want to make sure that it's going to be fun. Now, here again, we're kind of creating a little bit of a magenta right here, and then it's going to go on all of this. And remember, the more we contact that lighter dry brush there, we actually get ourselves some mixing. See, we're just going to rest the brush on its side there. So thank you so much for the follow there, Gamma Heads. Appreciate that. Well, I guess you could say they're hanging in, Recoil. They're down by 16. Is it almost the? Yeah, it's almost the end of the first quarter. So again, we are trying to match this right here. Oh, thanks, Camda. Boy, Camda, I really wish we could have the correct sound. I wanted to use, I think this is the one here, right? That's what I really wish the sound would be. Thank you so much, Camda. Boy, Camda, I got to get me one of those too. There's so many of those things I have to get, Camda. Thank you so much. Actually, I know a few folks, Black Skull, that might actually really be interested in that. So thank you so much, Camda. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't have any of the shirts. And I think it is Gildan, right, that they use. They use that brand, so that's always a good brand of shirts right there. Yeah, there is our magenta working its way into there. And every so often, we do allow that to mix with that lighter the lighter whitish gray that we put down first. Now somewhere, some of these guys, I did do some, I could swear I did some tattoos on them. Now where is, oh, okay, that's what it was. So these are more like your assassins right here. These are not merchant guard, those are your Hasharan right there. And then of course here we've got, these are more of our regular guys. That's also from Diwali. You can see again our regular freehand pattern on that. And then here's some other old metal figs right here that we did. That's so that flavor is raw fish, right, Black Skull? So I'm sure that one's super popular. That's it's we'll call it sushi, right, Black Skull? Now, Camda, well, now which hat did you get? Did you get the one that's the black kind of distressed finished hat? Because I do have that one, and I also have the hat that's got the camo hat. So those I did get. We're going to have to reflect that on the sword here. I mean, if it's this magenta's right next to the sword, how is it not going to reflect on there, right? Got to make sure it's doing that. Little more of that over here. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. So end of the first quarter, it is 30-15. Ruse got themselves work to do. So yeah, Black Skull, I think you're right. Although who knows, maybe some of the Umbar folks might, or if you're a resident near the Bay of Belfast or something like that, who knows? Maybe. Oh, actually, you know what goes great with that? Scale ale goes fantastic with that. Yes, indeed. Scale ale. How do we know? Because, well, if there's a label for it, actually, this I think is on the merch store too. There you go, Scale ale. Once you get used to the fish eyes and the bones, it's absolutely fabulous. It's an acquired taste. But yeah, once you get used to those things, you'll absolutely love it. You'll never get enough. And of course, Merry and Pippin, the two cat versions of the Hobbits, they really liked that. Here we are. Come up here too. There. Yeah, Black Skull, that's just extra nutrition. That gives you that nice, healthy glow to your skin, right, Black Skull? Except it's an actual physical glow. I think this is actually the last one we're doing with this, because again, we're saving one of our guys that we did the dry brushy stuff on as a little bit of a side-by-side reference there. Again, that's magenta's just going to reflect right onto that sword blade. I mean, it's right next to it. It better reflect that stuff. Same there. Same here. So I think we've got our magentas. Okay, there we go. And you can kind of see now. See how that's starting to play out? That's what we had. We started with this. Get you guys off to the side again. Now for gold stuffs, Indian yellow, asphaltum. We'll just roll with that. Maybe a little more of the Indian yellow. It's going to be one heck of an amber color for sure. By the time that is all completed, we'll pretty much have at least some kind of our color everywhere. Oh, by the way, we're not even an hour in yet, and we're working on, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 7. Well, we're working on a dozen, but we're actively painting on 7, I think, right now. That is how we roll here in Wappleville. So Gamma Heads, the oils are fantastic for several reasons. First of all, they're super rugged. They can really take a hit. I don't even bother sealing these or anything like that. You do not need anywhere near as many colors. I mean, I might have 11 or 12 out here on the palette, and there's a couple I haven't even touched yet. And overall, they are definitely cheaper than acrylics, no doubt about it. And again, so you got the longevity, right? They can really kind of take a hit. You don't need as many. You can do all of the blending. Oh, by the way, it takes less than a third of the time for me to paint something in oils as it does in acrylics. So that's a minor detail. But there is nothing that says, okay, here we got the spacescapes that we were doing just the other day, right? So these originally were airbrush paintings that I did. So it was all one painting. I chopped it into 4 pieces, and then we took the oils and we did 4 individual spacescapes. We added a planet here. We did more of the clouds there. Last night, I do believe it was about a 4.5-hour stream, right? Yeah. And we did these 3 guys. Start to finish, they were dark brown primer, just like the guys we're working on now. So about 4.5 hours, we did these 3 Lizzies right here. Again, all done with the oil, start to finish. And they work for all kinds of things, not just, they work for terrain. Here's our some of our Battlestar Galactica stuff. Well, terrain is fantastic for them. Terrain, vehicles, that sort of thing. Hey there, Michael, how you doing? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So, Michael, why don't you post your Get Good classes? We have Black Skull in the chat. So, everybody, again, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So, yeah, Gamma Heads, I don't even bother with that stuff. The only time I ever use it, I'll use just a tiny bit. Here we go. This will tell you just how little I use. It's a tiny little jar of that. Now, this used to be called anti-shine. That's for things like, say, quinacridone magenta, phthalo green. Sometimes colors have a little bit of a shine to them, and I'll just use that to kill the shine. Otherwise, that's it. I don't bother to use that for any kind of protective measure. All it is just to cut down on any shine that might have come up at some point. Okay, so all of those guys now they've got all their stuffs, so you can see it's different. Now we're gonna start getting into our lighter stuff here. Let's do that. All right, well, let's try this here. So we're gonna grab some of this later, blue, a little bit of this here, and then of course now we can maybe do a little bit of the wet blending type stuff, which means we'll want to probably have a blending brush here too. So we can do that, and let's see. We got this here, which means we don't hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. No problem there, Gamma Heads. And again, check out those YouTube channels. There's actually 2 YouTube channels now. There's a bunch of vids on those. Also have the Patreon page. There's only about 2,600 hours worth of videos there. So definitely get your popcorn ready if you're going to be doing that. Everybody check out that list of tabletop events there. And again, everybody check out Michael Paints Minis. Michael's got a few classes going on there at Repricon. So if you're going to be there, be sure to check out Michael Paints Minis and those classes. And now the difference, the Alkids are the faster drying oil paints, of course. And the one advantage of the Paul Rubens is that they're all it's a set, so you don't have to be trying to buy individual colors. I usually just get the individual colors. So again, everybody check out that link that Michael Paints Minis just posted. Now again, that is not white, but you can see in a few seconds that made a difference. Made a difference. And we lay this out, then we take our blending brush to it. And that is why we are going to be tackling not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 12. Count them, 12. That is 1 dozen of these Merchant Guard here. And you're going to be seeing an awful lot of things like this over the next several months here on our Saturday challenges, I think. Sometimes it might actually be terrain, not just miniatures. And again, we use our oil paints on everything, including here again some fabulous, well, here's some other terrain. There you go. These are all painted on stream, as were these right here, all painted with the oil paints. And the FDM style terrain absolutely loves the oil paints. It just soaks that stuff right in. Now again, this is not our lightest light here yet. Not just yet. So you can see how much darker that is. And now we're going to, again, just let this have a chance to mix with what is there already. Now, so Michael, I'm sure the classes will all be a huge success. And I think there was actually a little bit of space in one of them, right? And that, I think that's the Get Good class there. Yeah, Camda, it's that's why I think we might be painting up some of the Harad tents on stream or something like that. And then I'll probably do a video series on the big tent. That will be the King's tent there. So again, see, we just stick that on there kind of rough like, and then we take our blending brush to it. Looky there. Hashtag no layers. I'm just going to pull that right on over there. And remember, we still have our lightest lights that we can do afterwards. So I know that people, with acrylics, right, it's always kind of a bugaboo trying to paint white or yellow or anything like that. Well, those are just about as easy as you could possibly get with the oils. Right, and we have a whole series, our chapter study series. We got White Scars, we got Blood Angels, we got Smurfs, Dark Angels, Impy Fists, we got all of the stuff. We got Salamanders, Howling Griffins. And again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis, because Michael also does the streaming thing. Actually, Camda, I don't know if you had a chance to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff. And I think you had a chance to share your stuff too, right, Blades? Wanted to make sure you had a chance to share your stuff. Again, just Nice and easy here. Look at this. As we say, this is not rocket surgery. It's just that easy. Blending brush again. Yeah, Michael, no sense in rushing that, right? You got enough things to prepare for Reapercon itself. Give him a go afterwards. Yeah, Michael, I still am looking forward to seeing. Oh, and we also have. I don't think that Valfira got a chance to redeem this, but so Camden, remember we've got our new version of the painting pyramid. There's actually a little graphic now for that. Yes, indeed, there is a new painting pyramid graphic. It's actually the linseed pyramid now. Wow, it's actually an animation, not just a graphic. It's kind of like the autocorrect monster. Not as terrifying as the autocorrect monster, right, Landress? Especially if you wake up suddenly and you're looking at a giant screen and looking back at you is the autocorrect monster. Now, oh, and Landra, I guess, do you have some of the crew with you over there in Shea Landrast? Blending brush again. Like you do. Some of it here. There. Yeah, just letting that mix and do its thing. Nice to see you there, Arda Michael. Everybody, please give Arda Michael a follow. Arda Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I hope that you've had a chance to do a little bit more with the MESBG, the stuff that they've got running over at the store there. These are old-fashioned metal figs here, Arda Michael. Yeah, these are not any of the 3D prints. These are just regular old GW figs here from many, many moons ago. Well, I think I don't think it's going to happen there, Recoil. Now that it's 44-15, early in the second. Yeah, I think we know what that result is going to be. I'm not a huge surprise. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Blending brush again. And we're just going to take that. We're going to push that over like so. So yeah, Michael paints minis, of course, and like usual, the color charts there won't. That's never a bad thing to mess around with first. Actually, Michael, do you have the Paul Rubens also? Or I keep forgetting just how much of the alkyds you have there. Oh, here we go. Look at the. Now we got one with here. Is this the same? There. Oh, there you go. Can already see the difference in the trousers there. Yeah, Arda Michael, these were gifted to me by somebody that was in the old Blood Bowl League from way back in 2006, along with a Mumok, tons of other stuff. So yeah, you'll be seeing more of the classic old figs, I guess, in addition to the newer 3D printed stuff. What do we have down here? We need to, again, let that do some mixing there. Yeah, I think they call it, what, the opera colors, right, Camda? It's a weird name, right, Michael? I'm not sure why they call them the opera colors. They don't. They certainly don't refer to the other ones like that. But it's just nice that they have them to have not just floros, but actually fast drying floros. The smell of linseed in the morning, right, Michael? It smells like victory. For sure. Okay, then that'll work for that. Now let's just start fooling around with some of the skin tones. I think. Okay, asphaltum. We'll mix it with a little bit of the also some of the violet here. So we're gonna start doing what's almost a little bit of lighter dry brushy type stuff in here. We can only do so much of that because, again, these are kind of on the beat up side, so we're going to have to kind of draw in maybe some detail here and there that we wouldn't have had to do maybe with the Diwali ones. Kino, we'll do a couple of film noirs here. We'll do some of the stuff from last night as well. It should be pretty wild to see that now. Here, let's do... This should be interesting. Let's try these two for a film noir. Wow, look at that. They don't really necessarily look all that different, do they? That's pretty well. That is, I figured this would look a little bit darker. I mean, it does, but wow, that's about the only. It just looks like it's a little darker, except the pants are lighter. And then look at what happens when the color returns. We'll look at that now. Here, let's do one of our guys from last night. Like say this. Let's try to get let's try to get the greens, the orange, the violet, and all of a sudden, well, looky there. Actually, that actually kind of glows even more. But look at that. No green, no orange, no magenta, violet, none of that. Let's bring it back. And there we go. Look at that. That's a huge, huge difference. Again, let's do this one more time. Plenty of shading. But contrast, of course, is more than just light versus dark. So yeah, Gamma Heads, it's always fun to see that. I think this might be interesting here too. Let me zoom out real quick on this. One more film noir. So again, there's plenty of edge contrast. See, soft versus hard edges. There's value contrast, but what are we missing? We're missing out the warm versus cool. We're missing some of the more muted colors versus some of these real high intensity colors over here. So no problem there, Kino. And thanks again, Kino. Appreciate you doing that. It's always a good time for film noir, right, Kino? There's always some kind of interesting thing that gets revealed by it. So yeah, Michael, as long as you've got, and you should be able to get your hands on this, plenty of places have the Speedball is the main brand, Mona Lisa is the sub brand, and we're only using that, just a tiny bit of it for cleaning the brushes, of course. We got this here. Oh look, it also works for dried acrylics. Also super glue, don't ask how I know. Yeah, a friend told me, and it's got not hazardous, no vapors. Not hazardous, no vapors. Yeah, not sure how I know that it also gets super glue out of brushes. Again, just on the side, a friend told me that. And Michael, it really goes back to that Repricon, I want to say 2018. when somebody walked up to me, kind of like Valfera. How you doing there, Valfera? We brought that. We must have conjured you up there, Valfera, with the film noir. Actually, Valfera, I don't know. Did you get to see the animation with the new linseed pyramid? Why don't you conjure up that one there, Valfera? Because we haven't seen that one yet. Yes, the linseed pyramid, which is replacing the old painting pyramid. So yeah, Michael, they basically they walked up to me and I said, "Here, let me do this thing," and I did it black and white, and I didn't say anything. They looked at me, I looked at them. They said, "Give me 10 minutes or whatever." They went back, came back 10 minutes later. They said, "Do that thing again." So I did that, and we did that thing one more time, and that was it. I didn't have to say anything as far as critique goes because they could see what they needed to do just with the film noir. Now again, here this now takes the place of the old painting pyramid with whoops, did I already pass it by? Here we go. And here it is. Look at that. Look at those workers. They're very. Look at how industrious they are. They're building the linseed pyramid, level by level, and of course up at the top we have a very glowy, happy painter up there. Look at that. Yeah, that's the old. Look at we did the. We didn't do pre-glaze this time. We did the lighter dry brush. We did the darker glazes. Now we didn't do the object source lighting because we don't have any source lighting on these guys, but we did do that last night, and that was on these guys here. So we did do that on these guys. Oh, here you go, Velfair. Check this out. We'll do a quick film noir for you. Hopefully you're feeling better now that you are back home. Look at how this thing up here actually kind of glows even more. It was kind of one of those surprise things that the film noir reveals, right, Velfair? And of course, if the autocorrect monster unjustly modifies one of your posts or something like that, remember you can claim vengeance against the autocorrect monster. Because what the evil, right? It wants to lurk in the shadows, in darkness. And again, if it unjustly modifies your post, you can bring him to the light of day. So yeah, that is an updated version of the old painting pyramid. Oh, and Valfir, I think I sent you this graphic. This is the Golden King of Abrakhan there. So that's his throne of flame, but it's actually made out of gold. But it looks like it's flame because of the gold, and you got the eye of gold in there. Again, that's basically the symbol of Sauron, and he's surrounded by his treasure. And you can see some of the see on the edge of his cloak there. It's got my freehand pattern, which we'll try to bring up here again. I think this. Oh yeah, you can see it on this guy. So that's that same freehand pattern on his cloak there. I would think so, Valfir. There's obviously just the environment is kind of crazy, plus the fact that there's all the noises. They're coming in at weird times. So yeah, I can only imagine that there was not a whole lot of sleep had while you were there. But definitely glad that you're back. And starting to get back up to speed, hopefully. So again, starting to do our lighter stuff on the skin tones here. So yeah, Valfira, I think I sent you the song that I made for the army, and it talks about the Eye of Gold. And again, that whoever has that gem, it's a massive gem. Essentially, they've got the favor of Sauron, which means lots and lots of riches, which they use to, shall we say, hire a few helpers, like the merchant guard here. Now let's see. See that we can start to mix that in there. It starts to get a little bit lighter, a little more shading here and there. And that's actually the name of the song, The Eye of Gold. And one of the reasons why I'm doing all these merchant guard is there's a verse in the song that talks about the merchant guard walking through the main marketplace there. So looking forward to doing that scene. I think I've already got maybe 5 or so of the merchant guard, the old, well, not old, but the Diwali ones painted up. So yeah, Valkyrie, that had to be just a wee bit startling. Understatement of the millennium, right? But glad to see you back. Actually, Valkyrie, I was trying to start at 10. I ended up starting about 10:20 something, I believe, which technically does qualify as an early start. Given how things have gone here over the last 2 years. Some of it up here. Oops, wrong direction. More of that on his hand over here. And as always, we have a blending brush at the ready. Look at this. There you go. I don't know if it gets any easier than that, really. For whatever reason, there's a whole cottage industry in the miniatures industry for making things harder. Here's 15 steps to this very easy 3-step process. Not sure what that's all about. There seems to be an awful lot of that. Not sure why. It's like, here, let's just slap some duct tape on this. Or you make it more elaborate. I'm not sure why. Just give me the duct tape, get out of my way. So again, we're just going to slap that on there. I'm going to take this. We're going to do this. Why would I want to do a whole bunch of layers there? I suppose if I wanted this to take, I don't know, several days instead of one stream, then that would be a perfect approach. Layer by layer by layer. But we choose a different path. Yeah, Camda just, especially with the vehicle painting stuff, I'll see like, okay, here we're going to do like 2 brush strokes, then we're going to stop. We're going to gloss coat this thing, do 1 more brush stroke. 17 years later, you got half of that vehicle painted. Yeah, Michael, it's got to be something like that, right? We did also theorize that there is the make it as complicated as possible, because then, well, you look kind of smart when there's that kind of a thing going on. Oh, look at that. Look at, see how easy and quick that is right there. Look at this. See, I'm just going to chuck that on there. We'll take this. We'll do this. There. Enough said. Enough said. And of course, as we like to say here, think less, do more. Such is the way in Wapoville. Yeah, Phil, I can only imagine. I can only imagine All right, here we go again. We're going to take this. Blammo. I mean, that's all well and good, but, I mean, for me, time is money. And for everybody else, as far as paint miniatures go, you ain't got a whole bunch of time. You do not have much time to paint your miniatures. We would like to have more time to do that, but we do not. I think I might have already got this part of it here. Now we'll probably go another. Maybe we'll get some of our. Maybe I think some of the. Yeah, we'll do some of the violet on here. Our not radiant violet. Let's do that. Yep, that's what it's going to be. Gamma heads. When we say that the level of speed is shocking to say the least. That is one of the reasons why, because we just we can set this on here. We will take this other brush and we'll just take the edge of that, push that around like so. Yeah, Velfred, the super micro brushes there. And again, we're 86 minutes. Oop, wrong way. We're 86 minutes in. We are working on, well, ultimately a dozen of these guys. But right now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We already have been putting paint on 7 of these guys in 86 minutes. Again, that's there's the easy way and there's the not easy way. The choice is, of course, up to the individual, but well, I know what my choice is going to be. I know for sure. I'm going to let that reflect on his sword there. I mean, here I don't even need to do the blending brush because it's just blending with the paint that's already there. There you go. Again, why would I want to be fooling around with all the kinds of layers and everything else? Boy, Camden, if it would be, that would be kind of, if I ever did get a chance to stream during the day again, and it literally, we could say army in an afternoon, especially if it's a trench crusade, because there's I don't know, land dressed what, there's maybe 10, 12 guys at most in a trench crusade army. Well, I mean, in a standard size, obviously you can always go bigger. See that? Look at this. Look at that. So we're going to take that. We'll take this. Boom. There. This. Boom. So if we've got at 1 hour 28 minutes this much done on these first 7 guys, and there's only 12 that we're going to be working on, that means potentially, on a 5-hour stream or something like that, we could have all of these guys good and ready to go. Now, of course, you can always spend more time on them, right? You can put them back on the little holders or whatever, after you play a game with them, something like that. You can always add more to them if you want. No reason you couldn't do that. Yeah, Michael, there's so many, again, I always try to encourage, right, not a zero-sum game. That there's going to be common elements to both, right? And again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. And again, if you are going to be at ReaperCon, Michael's Paint Minis has a couple of classes going on. Go sign up for those. of course, now, Kino, I don't know if you had a chance to post some stuff in the chat there yourself. Please go ahead if you wanted to do that. Again, we're going to do this. Take this here brush. Again, it's just a cheap old craft brush. I mean, that's basically what we're using here. With the exception of our 18-0 liner brushes, they're mostly just craft brushes. They're all synthetics. Oh, that's another advantage, of course. The oils are much easier on your brushes. Why? Because the paint does not immediately dry it inside the ferrule like acrylics do. I mean, as soon as that paint hits your brush with the acrylics, that paint is starting to dry inside that ferrule. It's acrylic, it's going to dry, and it's going to dry fast, and it's going to dry inside that ferrule. So everybody check out the tabletop events. So that's for Reprocon. If you're going to be at Reprocon in just a matter of weeks from now. Scary, right, Michael? Very scary. So again, we're going to take that. Here, let's grab this guy. We'll do the same over here. Look at that big old blob. We call this the plop and push. We plop that on there, and now we just push that pin around, and blammo, looky there. Look at that. Easy and peasy. Blending brush, like you do. This up here. So see you later there, Michael. I know it's getting late. It's almost midnight for us here. For you too. More of that light up here on the shoulder. Blending brush. Elbow. Now, Velfero, I'll try to get you some of the new songs. I don't think I got you those. And Candace, sorry, I haven't gotten you your email yet. It has been up-tempo here, to say the least. Nice to see you there, Majar. Boy, oh boy, the bakery runs overfloweth here, Doji. Everybody, please give Doji a look-see. So, Doji, if you would please post some of your fabulous oil-painted miniatures there. Yeah, I think that's going to take a little bit out of you right there, Michael. It's going to be quite the extravaganza. So great to see you there, Majar. Now, Majar, here's our fabulous paintings that we did on Thursday. And again, we're going to be doing more of these because I've got 3 more of the paintings that I did at Gen Con. And of course, I'm going to actually do, I'm going to create more of those 11 by 14s. And then we'll be able to go crazy on our Flat Thursday extravaganzas, the Flat Thursday challenge. All right. Let me grab this. It just ended up on the floor. All right, let's do this. Right here. More of it here. Now, Velfira, I think I know that the irrigation system was working because it's gone off a couple of times while I was out there. And those tomatoes, Velfira, they're getting tons and tons of flowers on them. So those first plants, Velfira, they're, again, somewhere around 4 feet tall now. And they were grown from seedlings. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Kino just posted. Give Kino a follow as well. Boom. Again, look at very fast. Here, let's take that and push this around. Like you do. No sense in fooling around with a ton of layers. Hashtag no layers. No layers in Wobble. Also like no sleep, but also no layers. Actually, Michael, what's nice with the Anycubics is that because they've been around so long, the Mono X's, I just get a new vat, and the new vat actually comes with the FEP attached. So I've the number of times over the last 5 years I've actually changed a FEP is 0. Technically, now I guess technically you'd say there's been 2 changes of them because I've gotten 2 new vats for the Anycubics, one for each of them. And I think I have one more still in reserve. So yeah, Majar, I've got to actually. Oh, I'm gonna try to plant next year asparagus in between the hostas because those like to play together, and that'll choke out the weeds as well. So I'm looking forward to those. Yeah, choking out the weeds next year again. They were brand new this year, so they had to play some catch up with the weeds. So yeah, these are about I want to say about 20, maybe around $30 or so. Of course, you get them when they're on sale on Amazon. They don't cost as much, but yeah, I just get them on Amazon. And this is just the Anycubic Mono X. So again, nothing terribly snazzy about those. Now the Bamboo Carbon X1, that's a whole different story. And again, then we do have one of our. Well, we have less of them around, but we still have some. Here, let me grab this one here. So this is one. This is one of our busts printed out in FDM right there on the Bamboo Carbon X1. So yeah, Majar, we've definitely had to do a little bit of cultivating or culling of the weeds there for sure. All right, we're gonna let that stuff be. Now we're gonna try it and move on here. We'll try to get to let's get down here on our sandy stuff. Let's do that. Here you go. Same deal. Blending brush. So yeah, the FEP's technically not changed. There was one time I tried to change them with the what the heck was that? It was the Frozen, the Sonic Mini 4K, and the stupid screws were so tight on there. It destroyed the tool that I just bought for it because it needed a special head on it there. I was gonna say though, Farah, was that an occasion for the autocorrect monster there? Eventually, yeah, we'll try to get ourselves a new printer, but actually have another Anycubic that's just in a box. That's kind of the emergency printer. So if anything happens to these, I got it on clearance. It's brand new in the box, but it has not been touched. Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of the blending brush there. Blending brush again. Blending brush here. Now let's where's my glue here? So these were our Daz air dry clay bases. I'm just gonna chuck a little bit of glue down in there. try this again. Minus the knocking them over part. This is the same DAS air dry clay method that we used. You can really see it on the Starfall Outriders. I did do a basing video on this. It's also part of an army painting series. But you can really see it on these guys here. Yeah, you can. That really gives you a chance to see it. That's the same type of basing again that we have on these guys here, and we'll be doing some more with those martels, and we're gonna stick with that same kind of basing routine with them as well. Yeah, Michael, I don't think you're cranking out quite as many prints as I am here, so you should be good for a while, I think, right? It's not quite the industrial level. Because for me, I got those Anycubics running 24/7. Usually 2 rounds of prints per day. Same thing with the FDM printer. That's usually doing at least 2 prints a day, sometimes 3, 7 days a week. The only thing that's 3D printed on these guys is just the Sneaky Snakes, and that's it. Everything else is either the DAS Air Dry Clay sculpted, or the old time, and I mean old time metal figures here. These have been around a long, long time. And all I did was I took the little blob of DAS Air Dry Clay, stick it on there, take a metal sculpting tool to kind of create the initial ridges, and then I grab a watered down brush, and that sort of smooths out the ridges just a little bit, and then they don't look quite as harsh. Now we're using our fabulous Naples yellow here. Kind of getting some of the lighter elements of our sand dune here. Hey there, Wolfenstein. So these are still regular Lord of the Rings figures. These are probably about 2003, 2004-ish maybe, Michael. But yeah, these are the actual official GW ones. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. So, well, actually now our next stream, we can talk about our next stream. We're going to be going back to our Armada Mondays, which means going back to Battlestar Galactica. We've got more and more of these ships we got to paint. We've already done 2 of them, and we have a whole bunch more printed up. And that's what we'll be doing this coming Monday on our Armada Monday stream. Last Monday we did battle cruiser repulse and pocket battleship / cruiser at Graf Spee. That sounds fantastic there, Wolfenstein. So I'm not quite sure, Valfira. There's at least 6 different ships now, and I also printed up a new one last night. The one I printed up last night was called the Battlestar Titan. It looks more like an old school BSG. I might try to print out a few more BSG ships, maybe tonight. We'll see how that goes. But there's more Lord of the Rings stuff that I need to print, like those Warg Riders for the Wolves of Isengard army. And again, I'm going to be doing an army painting series on those because it would be a very different type of basing. We've never really done an army painting series that had, like, shall we say, casualty basing. It's always, maybe every so often a little bit of a casualty on there. Now it's going to be, that is the whole point of the army, is to have all those casualties on there. So we've never done something like that before in an army painting series. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. Let's keep rolling here. Get some of our light down into that. Some of it over here. Well, the family that paints together stays together, Wolfenstein, so that's a good thing. We say that all the time. Yeah, let's continue that light out that way. Do we come back with some dark? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we do. But we are going to take Mr. Blending Brush right here. Yep, there you go. Same deal here. We're going to do this. See, we got ourselves a little light stripe. We don't want a stripe. We want this instead. Just do it. Yep, there too. And again, this sand dunes here sculpted with Daz air dry clay. Again, see the difference that's starting to make. So yeah, that came out a while ago. That's your Dunlendings versus Rohan. That's that War of the Rohirrim movie. Kind of felt sorry for the sculptors having to try and somehow make anime figures look like they belong to the rest of the line. That had to be a very interesting challenge, to say the least. I have a ton of printed Rohan stuff, so you'll be seeing some of that too. We need to, yes, we actually need to add on to the Rohan army as well. We've got tons of Rohan terrain that's being printed. Actually, there's some being printed out right now. This is the Kingdoms of Saxonia stuff by Conquest Creations. This is some terrain pieces that I don't have from other sets, and of course the Ruin stuff. We need that for our Dunlending and Wolves of Isengard scenery. Oh, that's right. That might be the next for next Saturday challenge. Holy smokies, that's right. I've got a whole bunch of the Fountain Court Guard that I printed up. At least, but maybe as many as these guys. So yeah, next Saturday we could potentially be painting a whole bunch of the Fountain Court Guard on the stream here. I'm going to also need to make some more of the basing material, right? Because where's our Denethor here? Well, one of our Denethors anyway. Does this? No, that's actually the Davale Denethor right there. We have another one. Where's our metal one here? He's hiding somewhere. Don't see him. But yes, we will be doing Fountain Court Guard probably next Saturday. So there'll be lots of non-metallic metal, probably a lot of freehand because, well, cloaks. So yes, that was latest box is Dunlendings versus Strawheads. do this here. Was Papal 3D? He also did more of the figures from the new movie. I've also got the Navarrete Studios ones. I've got the, I think Kurzlook did some. I know Davale did some. I think I already got those printed out. Not sure if Dandelion and Middle Earth has done those. I just got some new files from Dandelion and Middle Earth. Not sure what they were. I think it's like a tree man knocking down the dam. That'll certainly have to be, if that's like a diorama or something, we'll have to print that out. That'll be good for that, our Fangorn. Oh, that's right, geez, Valfera, you got homework now. I have to write a Fangorn Forest. I haven't done that yet. Here I am, I was about to write another Rohan song. We haven't done one for Fangorn Forest yet. I'll see you later, Wolfenstein. Have a good one, and say hi to Dad for me. So great to see you there, Wolfenstein. And have fun painting the Space Marines. Push this down here. There we go. Hey there, Greenleaf. Nice to see ya. So Greenleaf, I don't know if you saw the latest Instagram post, but there was a lot of leafy goodness in it. Yes, indeed. Looky here. This is the FDM printed trees. Now they got, some have foliage, some have flowers, some have oranges. Look at that, oranges on our fabulous FDM support trees. So see you later, Wolfenstein. Yeah, I'm on. I'm going to add that blending brush again here. Last one for this. Then I think we're going to get to our lighter blue. Yeah, we'll do the lighter blue. Then we'll get to the magenta next. So Greenleaf, I hope that you've been doing well. And of course, happy Sunday, because it's a happy Sunday here now too. Lighter. Also here. Maybe even make that a little bit lighter too, whatever's. Okay, now on to magenta, I suppose. We'll mix that with our magenta we got sitting over here. That's our darker glaze stuff that we did. We don't want to wipe out all the darks that we've got. And this is more like a kind of a light mid-tone. Oh, let's reflect that on our sword, shall we? And the sword's going to be literally right on top of the magenta color here, and be real interesting to figure out how that did not reflect on there. Not sure how that would happen. So let's make sure we do that. I think this, yeah, it actually looks like it's the same guy almost, the same pose anyway. Remember, this is just a mid-tone on our magenta stuff here. Reflect onto the sword blade. Nice to see you there, Sector X. Yeah, Sector X have gotten, I think, 3 batches or so, because I saw that it was a reduced price. So Sector X, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I'm tempted to pick up another one too, Sector X, because, well, You never can have too much, right? There's no such thing as too much filament. Not for us anyway, right, Sectrix? Because we're going to use it. It's not going to last long. It won't be sitting around forever, that's for sure. Oh, I'm glad that you actually get some sleep there, Sector X. That's fantastic. And we'll do this. Then we'll get our much lighter version of it too. We'll be using our fabulous 18-0 liner brush for that though. So yeah, Sector X, I think I sent you some pictures of what I was doing on Flat Thursday. It's a new thing, Flat Thursday challenge. 4 paintings, 1 stream. And once I've used up the raw materials from Gen Con demo pics or demo paintings there, I'll work up some more, and we'll just kind of keep doing that because that was super fun. So yeah, Sector X, I think I sent you some of the Gen Con images, and we painted 4 of those things in the Badger booth. Different colors each day. And then we took one of them, cut it into 4 pieces, and did 4 paintings on the stream on Thursday, which we will repeat again this coming Thursday with a different one. Different color theme. That'll probably be the one that's got the turquoise on it. So I hope that you were able to actually get a little bit of relaxing in there, Sector X. Again, just chucking a little bit of our magenta here. So right now working on 6 of these guys simultaneously. We got 6 more, but I wanted to make sure that we had a few that were still kind of, again, look at that is a significant difference in less than 2 hours. Well, actually, this is how they started. That's how they started 2 hours ago. All of them. And I mean, some of these, it's almost, I'm just doing a little bit of dry brush with this. Now, when we get to the 18-0 liner brush, won't be quite as much of a dry brush there. But again, it's not a dry brush, right? It's blending the entire time. Okay, now let's get to our 18-0, if we can find that one. Where are you hiding? Actually, I was going to grab a new one because they're all kind of beat up here. Yeah, we need a new one. Let's grab that. I wonder if this one might need a little bit of a shave here too. We'll find out. Here we go. Just grab some of that, and we're going to throw that in here. So yeah, we are going to probably have to shave away. There's a little hair sticking out there. I got me a scissors for just that reason here. There we go. A little bit of that lighter magenta here. Definitely there. All the while that is blending. And if we want it to blend some more, then we just grab our blending brush and boom, there you go. After this, we'll hit the our darker blues. Then we'll get to maybe the swords or the gold stuff here, or both, whatever. But it happens quick. I don't think you saw the lizard men that we did last night on stream there, Sectorix. Reprising a color scheme from 2007. The very first Warhammer army that I did. And this is most likely our lightest magenta here. Since these are old metal figs, got to be aware we're going to position some of these latest lights here. And man, maybe we might go one level later than this. Just a few little places, but I want to do the blue stuff first. Let's do that before we fool around with something like that. Here. Let's get that down there too. A little something there. What is happening with this? Now that is that they're great disruptors, right, Michael? That's what the cats do. Oh, no wonder these are smaller. I think I zoomed out here. Yes, indeed. Okay, there we go. That's better. It's like, why in the world are these so small? I specifically moved the. Yeah, that's right. Because with one of our paintings, we wanted to show that in there. So sorry about that. I was like, why is that looking so small? They have a number of talents. The other thing they can do is they can you put one paw on you and make it feel like they weigh 7,500 pounds. They somehow are able to transfer like maximum. It's like some kind of a weird mechanical press or something like that. They're able to make their 12-pound body seem like it's about 80 pounds or something like that. And they just put that one foot on you. And then they're able to press. Usually that one foot is positioned strategically on your bladder. Let's do this. Scan some more of that lighter magenta in there. Like I said, after we see what happens with our later blues, then we might put some a little bit lighter in there too. And much like Prinkles, right, Michael? Much like Prinkles the cat. Very Zinchian of them, for sure. So that is our magenta stuff. Now let's start playing around with the blue here. Same deal. So Greater Western Sydney pretty much has their game locked up. But the doggies starting their game against the Demons there. So it's Melbourne versus Western Bulldogs. Unfortunately, even if the Bulldogs win this game, they're not going anywhere. because Greater Western Sydney didn't just win, they won by 51. So that's also going to boost their percentage too. So not really seeing too much of a path forward into the 8 for the doggies. I think there's only 2 rounds left. I mean, they still got to take care of business here, at least win this game. Otherwise, all conversations are off. Hey there, Nerfa, how you doing? So great to see you there, Nerfa. We just were talking about Prinkles. And like Arda Michael says, we summon ourselves a wild Nerifel when we bring up Prinkles the cat. So great to see you there, Nerifel. Again, just going to check a little bit of our lighter blue there, and then we'll come back with some of our lightest of this blue here. Oops. We forgot some of it up there. Blending brush here again. And more of that lighter stuff here. And then again, we'll grab our 18-0 and we'll get some of our lightest blue on here. So yes, Prinkles the cat. Mention Prinkles the cat. Up pops Nerifel. So great to see you there, Nerifel. Now, Nerifel is some of the... I know the work has been really, really crazy for a very extended period of time. I wasn't sure. Maybe that was... you were starting to see a little bit of a window to where maybe that kind of subsides. Let me do something here with that again. We're just... it's almost a bit of a dry brush here. Working on some ancient metal figures. Think we're good there. Now there's a goal for Sam Darcy. So 16-2 Bulldogs with the early lead again. They gotta take care of business here. There is no conversation about rounds 23 and 24 unless they win here in round 22. Well, I'm glad you're able to paint something there, Nerifel. I know it has to feel like forever. And sorry that things have been so super crazy busy there for you. Fine, I'm going to just get a little smidge of the lighter blue there. Yep, well, we need some over here too, yep. Especially since that sash is holding the knife there. Now, where is our Golden King? So you can see where it is that we're heading with these guys now. And of course, we've got ourselves a bunch more, right? Once these guys are worked through, we're gonna get our next batch of lads going. And it means the same deal. We'll be starting out with that lighter dry brush stuff. Then we'll do our glaze stuff. And it's going to be very much like what we did here. We're only 2 hours, 10 minutes in. 2 hours, 10 minutes ago, we had absolutely positively nothing on here on any of these guys. So again, Neverfelt, glad that you're able to do at least a little bit of painting there. We'll also have to figure out, I think some of the sneaky snakes, we might make them coral snakes or something like that. Because reasons. So this is almost sort of a violet blue here. So kind of almost like a cobalt blue. Let's see. Yeah, last night in Areafield we had sort of our faux Purell orange. It's not the actual Purell orange. It's poor man's Purell orange. And you go here like that. A little bit light. Okay, now we can swing back around and we'll grab our 18-0 again. Later, here, let's just grab this blue, shall we? So still almost kind of a violet blue here. And in we go with some of our lighter stuff here. Well, I guess now Nerefo, is it all Purell orange or is it just Williamsburg Purell orange? Is it just that Purell orange, which is tricksy and false? Or is it all of them? Touch more of our light there, maybe a little something up there too with that lighter blue. Well, we certainly have plenty of different Purell oranges in Nerefo. We've got the sort of the cadmium orange type substitute there, the Alkyd version. We also have the royal orange from Cobra Colors. I also have the Purell orange from Richardson. Is it Richardson? Yep. And now that's only a Series 5, right? Yeah, that's only a Series 5. So it's crazy, right? The Williamsburg Series 7. But that has been the basically the semi-translucent color that paints like an opaque. Bring in a bit more of that here. Get some of that lighter violet blue here. Now, as I see this, I think we might be able to go one more hit later on the magenta stuff. Hey there, Bare Necessity, how you doing? Here's hoping that we can get you a little bit of extra get up and go, a little bit of painting mojo for you there. For your Saturday/Sunday painting session. Yeah, we'll go one shot later on the blue and one shot later on the magenta. First we'll do, let's do the one shot later on the the white on the trousers first. That would be the way to go. Yep. Thanks, Cam. To appreciate that. See, I've got a dozen of these guys we need to crank out here. And I'm pretty sure that next Saturday we will have ourselves another Saturday challenge with a whole bunch of Fountain Court Guard. So unlike Pajama Guys here, those yeah, those guys are gonna have a whole little bit of armor on them by comparison. Also cloaks. What have we got going on over here? Yeah, a little bit more. Light there too. We got the light up on the top of his head there. Yeah, we need to get some of that over the where that dagger is set into his sash. Lighter blue up here. Top of this. And we have our golds over here, and then there's some places where we've got little inset gems going on. We'll hit those too. Back to, yeah, a little bit more of a light down in there. Another light edge up here for sure. Another one of our little knots over here. Get some light on the top of that. Light down here, and a little something there on his legs. So we are only a little bit over 2 hours in here. We are working right now 7 guys that we've been putting paint on here. Actually, a little bit right later. There we go. On his arms. Did we do the top of that? We did a little bit up there, yeah. Ooh, this arm here. So bare necessity, you figure that, let's see, 2 hours, 18 minutes, and we're working on, well, effectively 6 guys. Let's just say 6. So divide 2 hours, 18 minutes by 6. And of course, last night on a 4.5 hour stream, we did these 3 guys here with the oil paints, same oil paints that we're using right now. So 3 of these Lizzies, an old color scheme that we reprised. We did all the non-metallic. We did the source light stuff. So these 3 guys, about 4 hours, 35 minutes on stream. Lighter blue here. Again, using our oil paints like always. They started out as the dark brown primer, then we did our little lighter dry brush type stuff, then we did our glaze stuff, so you can really see the difference that's starting to make there. Touch later here too, yeah, let's do that. Did we get the top of his head? Looks like it. Yep, we did that too. Let's keep hammering away at this now. Okay, there is that. Now let's work our way down to the trousers there. I mean, here's another kind of an example. That's one of our Diwali 3D printed ones there. Ah, I forgot to get me at least some thinners sitting on that white over there. So yeah, that's the nice thing with the oil paints, bare necessity. There are no base coats. There's no layers. Hashtag no layers in Wapoville. None of that stuff. And of course, well, you can go back and watch, the beginning. We are going to be going back to our beginning process, though, because we have more of these guys to paint here. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here that's hanging off of that brush. So we will be doing some more of this. We're going to do that lighter dry brush stuff again. Then we'll do our glaze stuff over the top of that. See if we can grab some of this again. Just trying to break that stuff down. Now we'll get our much lighter trouser color here. Actually, Nerifel, we'll be, now that you're finally able to paint a little something, what are you actually getting to paint over there? Sorry, I thought I already asked, but I think I forgot. And of course, the oils work really well for terrain and being able to get that knocked out really quickly. More of our really light here on the trousers. Ah, okay. That's fantastic. Nerifel, again, if Nerifel you want to show any of that, whatever's, that'd be fantastic. Here's hoping that the oil paints have been working nicely for you. Away we go again. A little bit more of our lightest light there. Then we're going to start getting some of the lighter stuff in the gold areas, I think. After that, we'll swing maybe back around again to the, whoops, we don't want that much of it there. And in we go here. Let's work it up a little further, a little bit lighter there. So bare necessity, you're really not going to want the cheap, nasty stuff. That'll probably deliver a disappointing result there. You don't really have to get a ton of different colors, and you also don't have to get super expensive ones. You can just get one even here. You got things like the Winsor Newton paint. So something like this is generally about maybe $6 a tube, maybe $6.50 a tube. And that's what's going to last you forever. You will never, ever, ever need to buy another one. I usually never have more than 12 colors on the palette anyway. So you don't need tons and tons of colors on, as part of your oil paints, especially to get started out. We always, of course, recommend doing the color charts like this. They show many different things. They show you not just what the color looks like, but like here. So that's a stronger color, that's a stronger color, that one's much weaker, that's about a 50-50 color right there. You can also see if those colors are, say, more shiny, maybe more matte. Sometimes they're a little bit, they tend to be a little bit more difficult to apply because they're maybe more a thicker, opaque color. And of course, with the oil paints, your lighter colors are your opaque. So things like white, yellow, those are going to cover really, really, really well. It's not going to be like acrylics. It's going to be pretty much total opposite. They will cover very well, just like our white is doing here. And again, then if you want to expand on those, you can always get more. Now the Paul Rubens alkyds, those are very interesting because again, they're the alkyds. They also are, unusually enough, available in those sets. And they have a nice price tag on them, don't they, Camda? Not a hefty price tag. So again, now trying to get some more of my lighter lights going in there. We'll probably, yeah, we're gonna go lighter with their skin tone as well. I mean, in some ways, this is almost like multiple color test figures because I'm used to the 3D printed merchant guard, not the old metal ones here. So it should be even faster for our second batch of these guys that we're going to be scaring up here. Do we, fine, throw a little bit of extra light there. Where's my, we'll use this as a blending brush right here. They're also going to say thank you very much for our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Bare Necessity. Appreciate that. It's like, so Golden King, he's got himself, he's got some cash, doesn't he? Yeah, here, check it out, man. He's got himself some gold. I want to say. I hear he's got something called the Eye of Gold. Yeah, that's like a big old gem there. And I'm not sure like why Sauron just gives him one of his eyes. That sounds painful. What is he talking about here? He is talking about the Eye of Gold. It is set into the golden throne of the Golden King of Abrakhan. You notice we have some similarities to our army color right here. That's something that we created, and that again, that's a golden throne that is that looks like flame. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6. I think we had a 5 on the last one. We have another 5. Look at that. It was almost to say it just kind of flopped over and became a 5 for Bare Necessity. So again, thank you so much for the follow, Bare Necessity. Appreciate that. And again, our next stream is going to be a slightly different topic here. It's going to be more of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Now, Indian yellow. Scare up some of that white there. Now let's get some of that on our gems and jewelry here. See what happens with this. Got breaking that down. Got a little scorpion down here. Then we'll get the little gemstones. They're going to be set into these areas too. Oh, that's right, little sneaky snake that goes along here. That's again kind of your inlay there. I think actually some of these guys might have rings on them too. That's what that's looking like to me anyway. Nah, boy, Camda, it's been a while since I've actually been able to see that. It's been quite a while. And then, I forget, was there 3 movies maybe there, Camda? Let me do, here, more of this lighter stuff here. Oh yeah, let's get a little bit of our light up here on the little snake there. And I think, Camda, I'm also kind of getting them mixed up with Battlestar Galactica. Because I think there's 3 BSG movies, maybe. I think there's what, Razor. What's the other one? I don't know if they count the series premiere as a movie. I'm not sure. Yeah, that too. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to our new YouTube channel. That's the Linseed Fellowship. That if you want to see, kind of the beginning of these guys here, you just head over to this. Again, there's no ads on that or anything like that. They don't let us do the Twitch highlights anymore. So that's essentially what the Linseed Fellowship is for. It's again, it's just for sessions that we do here on Twitch. Eventually, I think that's also where the Army Showcase videos are gonna find a home. So yeah, if you want to watch some of the past stuff that we've done on the channel here, that's where you can go see it. Catching some of our light on the edge of that. Then we'll get some of our blues and reds in these little gemstones here. Like you do. So 2.5 hours ago, all 6 of these guys. Well, that's what they looked like right there. It happens fast, right, Camden? Don't blink. Maybe light you up a bit, maybe. Anything more there? Yeah, some more right there. Then we'll figure out again what do we want to do on our little snakes down there. Snakes on a base. Just not miss our snake there. Next thing I will do after this, we haven't done anything on our swords there, so we'll get some stuff working on the swords. Now here is this dagger over here. Looks like the same, yep, same pose, same guy. I believe these come blister packs of 3. There were 4 blister packs, so we're going to see some repeat poses here. Yeah, these were kindly donated so that I could kind of fill out even more of the ranks for the Army Showcase vids, in addition to all the 3D printed stuff. Okay, that was the last one that has her gold on it. Okay, So now we're going to start fooling around with these swords here. And again, we're going to try to make it look like so. We'll get some of this later, but maybe a little bit of the sky blue in there too. Yep, up in here. And now here was a blending brush. So bare necessity, I would suggest just the regular ones. You have much more utility with those. They're going to cost you way less. The water washable ones, I mean, again, you clean the brushes right here. And look at this. It works for acrylics too. And it's not hazardous, no vapor. So yeah, the water washable stuff, as soon as you combine any other paint with it, it is no longer water washable. And again, we've just, if you want to wash something, all you need is warm water and dish soap. And that is all you need to clean yourself. And that'll take just a few seconds. So yeah, just a regular oil paints. I did a series recently with the water washables and definitely discovered some limitations with those. You're also not going to have as large of a color choice. There's far more of the regular oils than there are of the water washables. Again, on the Patreon page, we did a 4-part series on that really, really big conquest figure using the water washables. I mean, they are just regular oil paints after all. There's some special formulation, but otherwise they're just regular oil paints. So yeah, that's probably the Winsor Newton kind of student grade colors there. And again, that's something where you want to do the color charts for sure. Oh, also another thing here. Let me snag this super quick. Like, there he is. So also, and this is good with acrylics too. It's not just an oils thing. Maybe do a value study. One light color, one dark color. Doesn't matter what the dark color is. But maybe I would suggest doing this something like that. Do that value study again. It's not bad doing that just with the acrylics too. Let me switch some lighter stuff up there. And now here, so again, we're going to take a blending brush. I'm going to scoot that over a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how long ago it was we put that indigo / Payne's gray little glaze thing over the top of that. But some of the first colors that you want to add to that: indigo, Van Dyke brown, possibly a Prussian blue. Yeah, Prussian blue. Indian yellow, that's another one you're going to want to add. And then maybe something like a Naphtha red, whatever. I mean, you don't go bonkers and have tons and tons of colors. Those are just, those will be handy for sure. Now I use the same brushes that I use for acrylics. This is the only, shall we say, more expensive brush. These are about $5.50. The liner brushes there. Everything else is just things like these little craft brushes there. Nothing expensive there. And again, it's the same stuff I use for acrylics. Now it's been a while since I last used the student grade oil colors there. It's been a little while. Shoot me in a little bit more of that light there. And then some maybe on our golds here. Too much paint on there. Yeah, we don't use a lot of fancy stuff here. So Camden, yes, I definitely, I certainly do advocate the Paul Rubens for a couple of reasons. Part of it is right; they tend to be very forgiving because of the fact that they're alkyds, and of course they're available on Amazon. I haven't checked lately to see what they're sitting at. I think last I checked they were like 71 or something like that on Amazon right now. They drop every so often. They drop all the way down to 63 for the set of 30, which is pretty amazing, right, Camda? Yep. Let me get there. We go. Some lighter touches there. Also here. Let me try to get a little bit more light. That leading edge of his pants there. Maybe a little more reflected light on the underside of this here. Top edge again. And let's see, I think we'll do blue, and then this one will be red. Let me take a look-see at our Golden King, because these guys also have the gems on them. Okay, so, well, we went red and the blue, but we'll go 2 blue and a red. So 2 Prussian blue, that is. Catching a few more smidges of our light there. I'll have to see if we can. I keep forgetting that we have to also do some little eyes on these guys too. Yeah, let's go grab these other 3 guys again here. Take a little bit of that paint off. There we go. Back to it here. And now back to our later stuff on the swords here. Almost forgot about a little sneaky snakes on the sword there. Catching some light in our little scorpion here. Okay, this is the last of these, and then let's see. I might try to go a little bit. That's what I'm gonna do. There's a couple of edges here I actually want to go darker. So we'll do a couple little darker edges on some things here. Little light there. Gotta give him some eyes here somewhere. Nope, we gotta get the edge of that little dagger that's in his sash. Alright, let's take our magenta. So this will be our much darker magenta. We'll take our violet. We'll take the magenta. We'll mix those together. It's not really a pinline wash kind of thing. We're just going to try and clean up some edges here. Whoops, too much junk on that brush. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that eye that didn't really work out so well. We'll get rid of that and we'll try that again later. A little separation there. I think that is the only place that has the magenta there. Get rid of that. Same deal here. Get that dark under there. Also right in there. Again, just a little, kind of help strengthens some of those edges. Maybe up here, where we got the blue and the magenta going together. Nice to see there's surface tension. So surface tension, we're hammering away at our batch of merchant guard here. There's the old-fashioned merchant guard here. Yeah, these are from the Wayback Machine. And surface tension, why don't you post some of your fabulous oil-painted miniatures there in the chat for people to check out. So hopefully the death orb is not as bright and shiny there. We had another day in the 90s here. Bring that right across there. A little that dark up here. Some of it there. Also, yeah, a little bit there now. Let's get some of this on our guys here. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil-painted miniatures right there. So go check that out. So yeah, Surface Tension, I guess the Welsh Landic Space Agency has got some answers to give out there, right? Yeah, that I guess they were going to launch a new shield or something like that, and maybe the spacecraft never made orbit. Most folks don't know that Wales has its own space agency. which is in charge of deploying the Welshlandic anti-death orb shield. We work some of that under here. Yeah, there's certain orbits that are really hard to achieve, right? Surface tension when you're launching things from the rocky shores of Welshlandia. And I guess the folks in London, they're always surprised, right, when some of those launches go over their head. And of course, should your post be unjustly altered by the autocorrect monster, you are no longer helpless against the autocorrect monster. You can claim vengeance now. You can reveal the autocorrect monster. There you go. You can reveal the autocorrect monster for what he is, get him out of the shadows and into the light of day. Because that's how we roll here. We don't just let the autocorrect monster just go after everybody. Of course, the autocorrect monster probably in cahoots with big acrylic as well. So there's our darker magenta on there. We'll probably now here. Let's get those gems there. You know what? Maybe I will roll with our darker red. So we have actually our darker red here. This is the alizarin crimson. We're going to start breaking this down here. And actually, yeah, we've got our here's our Golden King of Abrakhan there, with the fabulous Eye of Gold, and of course the Golden Throne shaped like fire. I think I might have sent you that song there, Surface Tension, a while back. So we'll go red on these then. And then blue on the other one. There. Up there. I wonder... okay, yeah, we'll just do these then. Boy, that is really something I have to learn there, surface tension. There's so many different things that I've got to pretty much learn very quickly. Basically kind of, I guess, step one, meshy, and then maybe take it into there or whatever. Good enough. Now let's get our darker blue involved here. Prussian blue, and then some of the violet here. And not too much thinner. We don't want it to be a pin line wash. Yeah, surface tension, I've never actually used Meshy, Blender, any of those things. That is something that I'm hoping that I can try to learn at least rudimentary stuff in the next few weeks. Okay, that darker blue down in there, down in here as well. Again, it's got a little bit of the violet in there too. Ah, that's fantastic there. So surface tension, what I was hoping I could do, and again, I don't need to make the final miniature. What I need to do is make basically an armature, like an advanced armature for that wedding cake topper. So essentially I need to be able to take pictures of the happy couple there, bring those into, say, Meshi or something like that, and make something that at least, again, I can print out and then add to it with the green stuff and everything else. Because that would take a whole bunch of time away from the process for sure. Let me get that there, a little darker edge on that too. Let's see, the opposable armature. Yeah, I know that. I remember way, way, way back in the day. Actually, Poser. That was the name of the program. Ironically enough. But yeah, I'm just hoping for the physical armature, something that basically is maybe 90% them or even 80% them or whatever, and then just print that out and then do sculpt the rest by hand. I don't know how possible that is. Again, some more of that darker blue up there. We need to get a smidge of that over here too. Again, some darker edges there, sharper edges. A little bit of that darker blue on there. Oh yeah, let's darken this down a bit down there. What do we got here? Yep, something darker there as well. Oh yeah, up here. Now I might also try to get some of the tan, some of our ground color reflected on the metal because, well, metal and, well, reflections. Hey there, Inganes. How you doing? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Of course, Inganes, why don't you post links to some of your oil painted stuff in the chat there so folks can check that out. So great to see you again there, Inganes. Surface tension, if you got any, if you could shoot me a link to that YouTube video. I've been trying to find vids, haven't really kind of found anything on what I'm looking to do, unfortunately. Thanks, surface tension, appreciate that. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Let me shoot a little bit there. We have a little bit of that darker blue up there, and then we'll take our blending brush to that, like so. Now, oh, that's fantastic. There's surface tension. Now, I don't know if that's the free version of it. I mean, obviously, eventually, we'll have to have pretty much paid versions of a whole bunch of things. I already have a bunch of paid versions of stuff. Yeah, it looks like Midjourney, you can't do anything in that without having the paid version of it. And of course, surface tension still trying to get used to GPT-5. That was a rather sudden changeover for sure. I had no idea that was in the works. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Surface tension. Where's the other? Ah, there it is. Looks like the other arm. Probably need to do something darker on there. Alright, we got that now. Yeah, surface tension. It was kind of odd. It just all of a sudden it popped up and it said, "I'm 5." I haven't. It's hard to tell if there's any real difference whatsoever. Because all I use it for is just kind of my image stuff, right? That, checking out color schemes and themes and that sort of stuff. So there's our blue now in these gemstones. Can't really reach it there, so this one will get it. I mean, I don't know what they were advertising that was supposed to be possible with it. You still can't do the music, right? Because you'd have to use another. I just call them plugins. All right, here let's get some of our later red on the gem. So we'll take this. We've got our orange over here. We'll have that sitting over there. Here we go. Let's get this going. That's almost kind of a pinkish red there. Nope, not light enough. So we'll just roll over to this. Now that's a little better. We'll hit this here. Now as we hit the 3-hour mark, I think I might go refresh medicine maybe after doing these gemstones here. Yeah, it's a kind of interesting surface tension. I'm not really sure any of those are going to make any difference to what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure they won't. That might just be the last bit of light in the, again, the red on the gemstones here. Then we'll get the later blue on the gemstones. Okay, we did that. Where's the third one? Is it this guy? Oh, it's this guy. This one over here. Tiny little bit there. Alright, now the blue. We'll just grab some of our sky blue and we'll try to pop some of that in here. So we have a different blue than the purple blues, which we have been doing. And I think after we refresh, now again, I have the sneaky snakes on some of the bases here too, but I think we might do a little bit, we'll do the lighter dry brush on maybe 4 more, something like that. And then as we'll do the glaze stuff there, then we'll set those off to the side so the glaze has a chance to set because we're not doing as many. So we'll set them aside and we'll go back here. We'll maybe work on the snakes on our bases and such here. Now, I think surface tension, appreciate that. Thank you so much. No such thing as too much medicine, right? Right surface tension. There is no such thing. It is not possible to have too much medicine. Okay, that little bit of red there. Got that little bit of red there. We'll also probably go with some lighter stuff too on our magentas. We were talking about doing that, but we wanted to make sure we could see all the other stuff here, right? So again, everybody, please check out that link that Nganes sent posted there, and give Nganes a follow. So here we might do like a coral snake on them, but again, now don't go away. We shall be right back. Oh, we wanted to redo this sign as well. That's right, with a little Wapelius spell brush on it. No matter what, it's going to say the same thing. I shall return. Like we're talking about, we are going to try and grab some of these extra dudes here, and we're going to do some lighter dry brushy stuff on them. Let's move these more out of the way here, the ones that already have the paint on them. So what we are fixing to do here is do like what we did there. And I mean, it's simple enough. It's just a little bit of our dry brush stuff here. Oh, we'll just grab one of these guys. Maybe this one here is good enough. Thank you so much, Bearded Celt. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow if you could. So, Bearded Celt, look at what we're doing here. We were talking about doing a whole big batch of guys, right? So, look at here. We've been doing, well, we got 6 of them already. Here, let's maybe put these guys off to the side here. Let's gather these together. There we go. Look at that. So, we've been working on 6 of these. And when we started out, they were all looking just like this right here. They were just a dark brown primer. And of course, Bearded Kilt, here's the guys we were working on last night when you rated us. We did 3 of these last night here. So no Zenithal there, Bearded Kilt. Again, just the darker primer. This is what we've been doing a lot lately. We're just about to, here, Bearded Kilt, we're just about to start doing, again, our little lighter dry brush type stuff here. So we're going to take this violet, we're going to take our green here, and this is all we're going to do is just a little something like this. No Zenithal, because again, a Zenithal is just dead. That is just dead color sitting there. You're just going to paint over it anyway. This is something we're actually going to actively paint with this lighter dry brush type stuff here, because this is all wet, and when we do our glazes over the top of this, that is going to actually mix in with this this lighter color that we just started to dry brush on here. So yep, Bearded Kilt, that is the majority of the stuff that we're doing with oils is basically dry brushing, because like we say, it's the wettest dry brush ever. Because while you're dry brushing over wet oil paints, that means it's going to mix together. Inevitably going to mix together. So yes, most of the time we're using the dry brush technique, because otherwise you're going to be piling up oil paints like you got a steam shovel or something, and that's going to lead to a no bueno result. There we are. Because hashtag no layers, right? No layers with the oil paint. That's an acrylic thing, which is just fine. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, we don't want layers with the oil paints. And this is how we, again, if we're not doing the pre-glaze stuff, this is how we're gonna rock and roll. Is like this. Again, with this sort of lighter dry brush thing. And then hitting it with the darker glazes, and then going back with the mid-tones. Glad that you're able to get that bakery run going there, Doji. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some oil painting goodness in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Bearded Kilt, if you want to share some painting goodness there in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, again, please give Bearded Kilt a follow. So surface tension, depending on what you're looking to do. Now, there's parts of this where we're just going to let that almost do like a pin line wash over it, and there's other parts where we're intentionally going to let that mix. Skin tone is definitely one of those areas, and that's probably the first area that I will be hitting. So that'll be the asphaltum mixed with the Van Dyke brown. And that will be an area where we want to, again, allow that lighter paint to activate. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So yeah, we want that lighter stuff sometimes to activate. Where is the brush we were using? I think this is the one. This is the one. Now let's get after that. Asphaltum, Van Dyke brown, thinner here. And again, that was how all of these guys began life just 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. No problem there, Bearded Kilt. Again, if you want to share some of your other stuff, please feel free to do that. little more of the asphaltum here. A little bit more thinner in there. Okay, and here we go. So again, you can see here if I do more of this, it actually mixes more with that color that we just put on there. And now if we just touch it on there like this, then it's just going to be a pin line wash. And again, depending on what you're doing, you take different approaches. Like here again, if we do a little bit more of that tap stuff, that is, see right there, that's going to mix. We're actively mixing with that white that's already sitting there. We shall do that over here too. So again, we're going to get that dark in there, and now up here, that is actually mixing and blending with that lighter stuff. That's what we call an active zenithal instead of a dead zenithal. You do that zenithal priming stuff, well, that is just, it's dead. There's nothing you can do with it except paint over it. That doesn't sound terribly productive there. Yeah, surface tension, it really, and again, when you need to do like some of the skin tones that we do, that is very, very helpful. So there you can see that was mixing with the white there, and we did that a ton. We did that a lot on here, especially on the shields. We did a bunch of that. We also did a bunch of that on the scales. Right, did a lot of that, letting that mix there. So again, this is one of 3 miniatures that we painted on stream last night in, 4.5 hours. This is how you're able to crank through that stuff in, 4.5 hours. Is this kind of mess. So again, we got this white sitting over here. Again, look at this, blending. Look at that. See how that's changing? Now it's almost like an opaque brown there. But then we get back to our more glazy type stuff, like you do there. So I do have a series of vids on the Patreon page that does kind of talk about using contrast paints as sort of a precursor to oils. I think it's getting into the mindset of oils. That's what that series was called. Again, here. So look at that, where that is blending together instead of just sitting on the top of it. Let's get that hand here. Face. Boom. And I think we did the bases. And then we did the pants. And then the magenta. I think the blue is one of the last things we did. So this is using the high quality odorless thinner. Again, that is from Speedball is the primary brand, and Mona Lisa is kind of the sub-brand. So this is asphaltum with just a little touch of the Van Dyke Brown from Williamsburg Doji. Probably maybe 90% asphaltum. It's been a while since I've had a chance to use the asphaltum, right, Doji? So yeah, surface tension, we did, let me see, I think we also did that on Galactica itself. So yeah, in some of these areas, did the same thing. We did the lighter dry brush, and then when we did the glaze stuff over the top of that, also let us do some of this, see the texturizing there? And again, we're going to be doing another one of our Galactica ships this coming Monday on Armada Mondays. Doji, that was one heck of. I'm trying to even think. I think somebody might have recommended the asphaltum there, Doji. Because I don't think I just stumbled across it. I think someone said something like, "Hey, have you tried the asphaltum?" Let me do this here. Again, we're going to let that mix together. Same up here. Now in the recesses, we refresh the asphaltum and then we just let that be darker. You know what, I'm going to set you off to the side here. Yep, I'll do that. Now the sandy stuff here, with this we were using this. Now this is where things change a little bit. This is where we kind of create a semi-opaque glaze here. And that's the nifty thing again about the oils. That's a semi-opaque glaze. Let more of that Mars Yellow Deep mix into there. So yeah, surface tension. This is something that started with the Tomb Kings. It first began with the Tomb Kings. Like here, see that? See if I... Okay, see how that's getting lighter? See, it's activating the white paint that is sitting there. So yeah, we first started doing that with our Tomb Kings here. So a lot of the turquoise here, right? Even some of the golds and such. That got lighter because we, as we were taking, say, the phthalo green slash Prussian blue mix, and we let that mix into the lighter dry brush, that's how we were able to get some of those lighter colors straight away. And again, Doji, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat there again, please go ahead and do that. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Doji, I secured some more. I got some more cake mixes. I got the spice cake mix. That's going to go with the mango. The chopped up mangoes there for our next dump cake. Because tomorrow we eat the last of the one that I made with the pears and the cinnamon. So we're trying a whole new flavor. We're trying new flavors over and over. New flavors. Gotta try the new stuff. Oh, sorry about that, Doji. Now again, this is, I think I have them here. Let me see, here we go. Let me get rid of that. So this was the original painting we did at Gen Con. Then we cut it into 4 pieces. And you can see what we did on the stream right there. We did 4 separate paintings here as we say hello to Kagomi's Fury. How you doing there, Kago? Everybody please give Kagomi's Fury a follow. So Kagomi's Fury, thank you so much for the raid. So it is, remember we were talking about it last night there, Bearded Celt. It is a piece of cardboard with a piece of parchment paper, just clipped to it, that's all. Nice to see you there, Blues. How you doing, Blue Sage? Now here we, again, we're working, look at this, Kago. So there's 6 of them, so the last 3 hours and 24 minutes, we took, where's the, there we go. So they started out like this. They look a little bit different now. And we're working on 6 of those. We just started up with 4 more. So we're going to set these guys back over here out of the way. Again, there's another one of them there. We just started another 4 here. We just started 4 more, and we're doing our little post dry brush glazes here. No problem there, Bearded Celt. So yeah, it's just a clip to a piece of cardboard, and again, great to see you there, Blue Sage. Now, last night on stream, we did 3 of these right here, and this is one of our old Lizardman color schemes here. First developed that color scheme back in 2007, the orange and the green. These are all painted with the oil paints. Now, of course, Kago, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I hope that you had a fabulous painting stream. And we were just showing these. So this is what we did on our We're calling it our Flat Thursday challenge now. We did not one, not two, not three, but four Spacescapes in one stream. And the next 3 Thursdays, we're going to be doing something just like that. Now, of course, this is also a terrain channel. Looky here. This is remember the FDM support trees that we made? Now we've got foliage on them, and in this case, we got oranges. Look at that tasty citrus right there on your tree. So thank you so much, Kigomis, for here. We were just showing what the original looked like here. So here's the four paintings right there. Now you can see there's the four together. Well, that's how they started out. This was an airbrush demo that I did in the Badger booth at Gen Con. I got four of these things, different colors, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to chop it up into four pieces because it's 11 by 14 makes four nice 5 by 7s. And then we're going to do this. We're going to take them and we're going to individualize them into separate paintings. All done with the oil paints. Thank you so much, Blue Sage. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, there's my Payne's Gray. Let's get some of that in here. So this is another one of those opaque glazes here. Now, of course, this is a little bit different surface tension. You can see that's nowhere near as flowy as the other glazes. So this is kind of like a partial glaze here. Definitely a partial glaze. And of course, Kagomi's free. Please go ahead and post some stuffs in the chat there. Appreciate the raid. I hope that your Sunday is off to a fabulous start, of course. Nice to see you again there, Peace Talker. Happy Sunday. Boom, there we go. So great to see everybody. More there. And of course, well, our Monday stream, we shall return to the Galactica universe. Yes, we got Galactica era ship number 3. I think I've got 9 of them printed out. Now that's fantastic, Kago. That is fantastic. So of course, surface tension, there's times where we don't want that pin line wash to just go everywhere, right? We want this to be highly controlled. We only want this to go like literally where we're painting it. And if it's only a partial glaze, right, that works just into our favor there. Goes down into that crevice, very nice and easy. But you notice it's not taken off. If that was a pin line wash, it'd be going down here by now. So fabulous there. Could go Miss Fury. See here again, that's another area where the lighter dry brush didn't really get down in there. Not a problem. And of course this is mixing. Look at this. See, that's mixing with the lighter color that's there. So that's why I want to get back to more of these Saturday challenges, surface tension, so that folks can kind of see, okay, what was the starting process on this, but all in the same stream. Now, sorry that we've had to get away from these for a while, but I'll try to get back to these. Actually, surface tension, we'll be doing this again next Saturday with some Fountain Court Guard, which will be interesting because that's going to have a lot of non-metallic, a lot of freehand. So you can see that's starting to set a little bit, right? Starting to set just a bit now. Let's, I'm going to do the Payne's Gray out here on the swords. Or, no, I'm going to do the magenta. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We got it sitting over here. Magenta, violet, and little bit. See that some of that lighter opaque. Look at this. So it is now a semi-opaque glaze. Semi-opaque. It is not straight up just quinacridone, magenta, and violet. It's got a little bit extra. Also, it's not a pin line wash so much, which means it's going to stay. Look at it. See how it's not moving around there? Surface tension. Look at that. No problem there, surface tension. No problem. See you later there, surface tension. Have a great stroll. I know again that the Welshlandic Space Agency needs to get that spacecraft launched to fix that the Great Shield of Welshlandia there. Now here, let's get some of that violet onto the sword. All right, metal surfaces reflect their surroundings, of course. Of course they do. All right, there's our magenta there. Let's get to it over here. So see you later there, Doji. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. So again, it's a little bit of glazy here. There's a little bit of flow to it, but nowhere near what an actual kind of classic pinline wash might be. Now that's literally going on top of the sword here. So again, some of that violet needs to get onto said sword. Also there. So again, you can see how that's relatively staying in the area. It's not roaming around like a pre-glaze is wont to do, or a standard pin line wash. And again, Inkani, is great to see you here. I know I was asking you last night if you're going to be doing some streaming this weekend. Let me get that going here too. Also here. Now again, see, that's kind of mixing with that lighter stuff that we put down. If we do these, see here, that's going to mix because we're kind of getting into the white. We're activating that. We're mixing that. So maybe a Tuesday stream there for Inganes. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. So yes, no standard layering with the oils, that's for sure. I mean, that works fine for acrylics. That's all good. For oils, all the acrylic stuff gets scrapped. That gets set aside. And we do oil paint things with the oils. If the oil paints are dry, well then you can just do acrylic stuff over the top of them. No reason why not. Once the oils are dry, it is no different than, well, say the acrylics. Now, how's about we start fooling around with some blue here? So we're going to take some of this. We also need there some of that violet. Mixing ourselves kind of a amethyst type color here. What's it? Oh, Indanthrine blue. That's now that's a color that I don't think is in the alkyds. I'll look. I haven't had a chance to do that in a while. Look at any new colors or anything like that. What are we doing here? Let's get a little bit more of this. That will go over his these sashes here. And again, if we let that mix with the white, then that starts to lighten it up. And remember what we were going to do. We were going to do this stuff, then we're going to let this set. We're going to go back to our other ones, work on those for a little bit, do some of the final highlights while this stuff has a chance to set, since we're doing 4 of these instead of the 6 like we did originally. Oh yeah, just almost forgot. The arms here, now that the stuff that we did on the skin is a little bit more set, there we go. That's better. Get that blue up in here. I think we're good to go on him. Unless do we need to do the featses here? Ah, yeah, we do. So blades. I remembered to ask if there was a council on the 17th, right? Blades. I think it's the 17th is a council, and I guess that's the Reaper folks on there. Blades, if you want to share your stuff again in the chat, I know you had the chance to share it a long time ago, like, I don't know, over 3 hours ago. So yeah, Blades, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Now here, see that? Look at this. That's mixing with the white there. Bringing it up here. Again, setting that brush on its side. Getting some of that blue down in there. Now we got to get the blue down here. Also some of it. And again, let that, letting some of the white mix with that. Here, we'll do it again here. So we're going to do that little bit of tap, tap, tap. That activates the white and that lightens it up. More of it here. Did we do? Nope, didn't do his arms yet. Let's get that. Down to the arms there. I think from here, then we'll do our Payne's Gray stuff on the swords. Then we'll try to do our gold stuff. Right there. Up and over that dagger. Down by his feetses here. That one. Okay, that brush got caught on my light there, so we'll have to, there we go, get rid of some of that. Blue up in here. Then we got one more guy after this to do with our blues. Then again, we set these aside. Blue up here. I'll let that paint have a chance to set, and we'll be working again on our, whoops, that's not one of our original guys. Here we go. Yeah, we'll be working on these guys again. So the last little bit of our blue here. Down here. By his feet there. On the waist band here. Maybe a little touch of the Prussian blue, a little more. There we go. Let's get a little too violet there. Ah, that's better. Up and over that dagger there. Down over here. Now, yep, a little bit of blue up there, and then we'll get to the sword. Yeah, now a sword. Payne's Gray, very simple. Blammo. Nothing complicated there. I think we got two more. Two more with this. Then we'll hit our golds. Where do we find those? Good enough on that. Now, the asphaltum, some of the Indian yellow here. The Indian yellow, of course, it's super translucent, but boy oh boy, it's super thick, and it takes a while to break it down. It takes a little bit of thinner to break that down. Again, oil paints are going to have wildly different consistencies one to the next. That's the nature of the beast with the oil paints. Acrylics are all pretty much one paint acts pretty much just like the other one. That's not how it rolls with the oil paints. There will be very, very, very different results between paints, for sure. And that's why we advocate the color charts, because that's one way to get a chance to see those differences before you're actually putting paint on a miniature. Some of that gold in there. Yeah, this the dagger over here. Then we'll take our Terra Rosa and we'll do kind of the little featses there, and maybe on the snakes too. Okay, sword, that's it. Good enough. Terra Rosa. Shoes is here. Does this one have a snake? No snake there. We just want to have ourselves some kind of color to work with everywhere. Shoes again. Snake. Get a little something, something on him. Little something on that snake there. And then on the shoes. We just need something on there, and that is it. Okay, good enough. Now we can stroll back to these guys. Maybe get some of the lighter magenta. Also do some stuff with the snakes. Now I'm going to try and set these off to the side here, I think. Where's my 4 new ones? Alright, back to these guys now. And what do we want to try to do with their little snakies here? Where's some of my Terra Rosa? Whoops, too much Terra Rosa there. Also on the boots. So the only thing that's 3D printed this time around would be the snakes. The bases here. That is our Daz air dry clay sculpted on the base. Much like we did for our Starfall Outriders here. Now we did all these guys on stream. Where are they hiding there? Whoops, I think we already scrolled on past them. Where are they hiding? There they are. You can really see it there. See all that sand dune kind of texture on there? Again, that's Des air dry clay. We used a sculpting tool. And then the final thing is actually taking basically one of our craft brushes, getting a bunch of water on there, and then essentially smoothing out the texture so you don't really see the sculpting marks anymore. Sneaky snake here. Also, again, the boots. And trying to paint a whole bunch of these merchant guard here for the Harad army. Then the right here, so you got the Golden King of Abrakhan, and there's a couple of merchant guard toting him around there. So again, doing some of this on the shoes slash boots, some of it on the snakes. Now Kagome's Fear, I couldn't tell if this was another one of the kind of like super large scale figs that you've been working on. I have to remember which bust this was, but I think it's a Nerixon bust. I'm going to try to print that out. Potentially, maybe tonight on the FDM printer, much larger, with the 0.8 layer height. So again, just trying to get some lighter stuff on the snake here with this brush. Now we're going to get our smaller brush, and we'll try to do some more detail type stuff on that. Here, let's get our fabulous, yeah, a little bit of that Naples yellow now mixed in, which is kind of a typical skin tone color these days, the Terra Rosa and the Naples yellow. Something here too. Getting after the boots down here. A little something. Might even try to go a little bit later on the skin. It's been a while since we last messed around with the skin. If that gets too late too quick, we'll just take a blending brush to it here. End of the boots here. Snake and boots here. So I think that was probably, let's see, what was it that we were doing? It was probably right before. I think there was a bust. Oh yeah, it was one of these. Yeah, it was one of the Fey busts there. That was that was right before the Adepticon meeting, Camda. So probably 3 Fridays or Saturdays ago or something like that. Yeah, it was probably about 3 weeks ago, I want to say. because that was a little precursor exercise, right, to doing that little test class with the folks down there in Peoria. Come on, a little bit lighter there. Also on the boots there. Maybe even now a bit more the Naples yellow, I guess. Camden, really, it's all the same. Same ideas apply. Now, obviously, on the bus, maybe there's a few more open type surfaces to work with, but it really is no different whether it's a bust, 1/1800 scale ship. To me, there's really no difference whatsoever. Now, you get to maybe work with some larger brushes, I guess you could say, Camda, especially on the big FDM printed ones, right? Maybe not having to go to the old 18-0 quite so soon, right, Camda? But yeah, there's no difference in the approach. It's all the same. Even the terrain pieces, right? It's pretty much the same deal. We take that we do the darker, or we do the lighter dry brush stuff, then we do the darker glaze stuff on there, and then we come back and start doing the midtones again. And now sometimes too, there's not really the open areas necessary. So like on this one, there's another one from these guys too, where it's all in armor and stuff, and it's almost more detailed than these tiny miniatures, Camda. Actually, we did a couple of those, and I know I just printed out another one that's kind of like that. It's got a whole bunch of armor and detail on it. Oh, actually, here we go. Maybe, here it is. Look at this. So that actually has way more stuff going on than this little miniature, even though it is a bust. But yeah, look at all the armor and everything else. I think I painted this one on a council. Yeah, I think I painted that on the miniature council there. Me trying to lighten you up a little there. So like everything else, right, Camden? There's always a caveat. There's a okay, there it's this, but if it's this, then it's this, right? Just like there's some figures that pre-glaze works way better for them, right? Like those Zygomores, I'm pretty sure, Cam, that those lent themselves better to the pre-glaze method than if we had done the darker stuff. Like we did on these guys. Yeah, I think that actually, it definitely was better doing the more traditional, I guess, pre-glaze. On those were crazy figs, right, Camda? I mean, even Nurgle figures, while they're kind of wild and crazy, you can pretty much tell what things are for the most part. Those Zygomores, it's just, I don't know what this thing is. Is it a face? Is it a hand? Is it just a mushroom? Don't know. Wait, there we go. That one didn't quite land where it was supposed to. And then of course we'll do the blackest black on the edges there. That's a nice way to show. And you can see that we've extended that base of at least about a 1/16 of an inch there, at least. What are we working with? Are we still? Yeah, we're still working with this. Yep. last snake here. And yeah, this is the only 3D printed elements on all of these guys. These are the figures themselves, not 3D printed. They're the old classic thing. So there's your 3D printed Diwali ones there. Okay, so now we've got ourselves a bit of a sneaky snake there. Now I want to try to add maybe something a little bit lighter, 2D skin tones here. We'll grab the asphaltum and some of this. Maybe a little bit of the violet. And if you look at some of the episodes we did on skin tones, asphaltum and the radiant violet, that was definitely a combo that I used for that darker skin tone for sure. Pretty sure we used that also on our Corsairs of Umbar. Same here, not too much there. Let's get a little something lighter on the shoulder there. Now again, who knows, maybe we come back later on and we try to add some tattoos to these guys or something. Not gonna do that here, because in the way I'm gonna be utilizing these for photography, they're almost background. Yeah, these guys are almost like terrain cammed for the video. Now again, I think these guys here might actually have gold rings on or something. And we'll do that here. Continue. Now we're just about at the 4-hour mark here, as we reflect a little bit of that skin tone also onto the sword. Yep, let's get his fingers here. And once we've added this lighter stuff, then we're going to start, speaking of skin tone, that's probably where we'll start on our other 4 guys. Is we'll get to the skin tones on them. Now here, let's break out a blending brush here. Just tap that around there. A little bit on his elbow. Still with the lighter skin tone. Oh yeah, let's reflect some of that onto the sword too. Anything else here? Yeah, oh, we gotta get the fingers there. Yeah, that's when your status is a little bit low, right, Camda? In the Grand Army scheme of things, is you're just terrain. Yeah, so what I was hoping to do, Camda, is have a whole bunch of these guys, and we'll get our streets, right, of Harad. We'll have those going. We'll get that marketplace going. And I was hoping that we could animate these guys walking down the street for a part of the song there that talks about literally the word merchant guard walking down the street. Nope, that doesn't go there. We want it more up towards the top of his shoulder here. Like that. And he's got what most likely are some kind of gold rings or whatever. So one more to get the later skin tone on, then we'll bring out our other 4 guys. And we'll start doing some of the later stuff on them. Get them caught up to these guys. Yep, there, a little bit there. Okay, we'll set him off to the side. Now let's get our asphaltum. Again, let's get our asphaltum out here, right, Camden? We'll mix that with our violet here again. And now we start to create some of the kind of the mid-tone in the skin here. And that's a dry brush. However, it's not really a dry brush, is it? Because it's blending all at the same time. It's a very different mindset from the acrylics. There are no layers. Hashtag no layers. So we have these guys set off to the side here. And now we're going to start doing this. We'll hit the skin first, then the white on the trousers, then probably the blue, I'm thinking, either blue or magenta, whichever one we did first. I think it was probably the magenta, because that's going to be more set, of course, right? So that's is that the it's kind of like the 8th wonder of the world there, Camda. It's the 8th layer of contrast. Is henchman versus hero. Okay, that's second. Number 3. So that's going to give us 10 guys, plus again another one that we did the lighter dry brush stuff on. I'm going to save those 2 guys because I want to have those for some photography there. I think that'll be an interesting little comparison there. I don't usually have stuff like that, so we'll do these 4 guys here. And again, leave the one that's still primed, and then the other one that still has that lighter dry brush stuff on there. Alright, number 4. Start to get that lighter skin tone. There is still some of our glaze stuff here that's relatively fresh. A lot of the other stuff is pretty well set though. But you can see, look at there's actual blending going on with that dry brush. It's also starting to kind of get rid of the weird little brushstroke types things that are going on. Thank you so much, Irma Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, I will probably either later today, tomorrow, whatever, post the next video to the Patreon page. And that's going to be our terrain workshop piece there. What have we got? Yeah, we got that. Now let's take this even a little bit later. More of the not radiant violet there. Well, looky there. We're going to plop that on here. We're going to grab ourselves this blending brush here. Look at that. Nice and easy. Do the same over here. Like you do. Alright, we'll get this going now. Lighter stuff on his shoulder, elbow, shoulder again, reflected, blending brush. So yep, Peace Talker, that's the one. If you check out the latest Instagram post, that's got a whole bunch of pictures from the actual episode itself. Hey, there's Surface Tension, welcome back. So yeah, these are the FDM printed trays right here. And then the reindeer moss, various forms of flock, various forms of leaf foliage, creating several different types of trees. So yeah, Surface Tension, now we're starting to take advantage of the glaze stuff. Now you've probably seen phases like this sometimes. Right here, like what we're doing, just starting to add this. You can see all of the darker glazes in place now. And this is where we start to take advantage of those. And yeah, if you this latest video here, there's going to be about, I think, 6 links or something like that in the description to all of the other videos that led up to that foliage. Because remember, there's the printing workshop where we developed the whole FDM support trees in the beginning. From there, then there was several different forms of sculpting. Then there was the sculpt, prime, and paint all in one shot. Then there was another separate one on just the painting. And now this one is all about the foliage. So this is definitely, we're doing some plop and we're doing some push here for sure, Surface Tension. So there's, again, we plopped some of that on there. Now we're going to be pushing that around. Yeah, Surface Tension. That's why I like to do these Saturday challenges again. I had to kind of get away from them for a little bit for other reasons. But now as we get towards the fall here, and yes, it is getting to be fall. There will, I think, be more and more of our fabulous Saturday challenges. We'll also be doing more of our Flat Thursday challenges. Because even once I use up those 4 ones that we did at Gen Con, I'll just make more. Heck, I'll film an airbrush video using the airbrush on that, and then we'll do, again, we'll chop those up and we'll make 4 spacescapes out of 1 painting. So yeah, Surface Tension, I guess you could do, like here, this is just the 4 guys. So instead of, having a big, gigantic batch of 10, 12, 15, 20, maybe you do it in maybe smaller batches. And the initial color was, it's usually some kind of light gray. So I'm usually taking the radiant violet and the radiant green and making radiant gray. And then there's usually one last bit of, see, we did just some of the plop and push right there. Over this we go. There, let's do a little more here. these the mangled fingers there. So it's definitely not white. Now that this is the Paul Rubens not radiant violet, and the Paul Rubens not radiant green. Mix those together. Do the dry brush thing. It's the same stuff we do on our ships there. Pretty much the same, same kind of coloration there that we do on our ships. All right, now let's get to the trousers here. Now, speaking of which, I do need some more of this out there, right there. Cammed, now that I got the tubes to squeeze these things into, that's another thing. After, like, next week, I want to try and do a couple of test tubes, so to speak. But I want to get those, the paint squeezed in there and see if I can make my own labels, and we'll just call it not radiant green. Because that's never going to get old, right, Camda? That is never going to get old. And just throw me some thinner down in there. So yeah, Camda, these, they weren't the high quality ones from Jerry's Artorama. I wanted to try these ones out here first. I think they're also slightly small. Yeah, these are 20s as opposed to the Jerry's Artorama. Those are 22s. And you say, come on, it's just 2 mil. That's not that big a deal. It kind of is when you're talking about 16 sets of colors. That is a big deal. Now, here's some more plop and push. We just plop that stuff on there. We will take this now. And we are going to push that around. Filling in some of the not super deep recesses, but some of the recesses there. Thanks, Pete Talker. That was, I'd never done anything like it. And I just got that. That's one of, it's a thing from Amazon, and I think it had 4 different types of stuff in there. Yeah, that's the first time I ever did a fruit tree there, Peace Taker. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday there, Sea Dragon. So again, here we'll take something here we're going to use as a blending brush here. So Peace Talker, essentially, you know that kind of foam that they, okay, you get a new printer or some kind of new machine or whatever, and there's that kind of, that certain type of foam that's usually white, and it seems like it's made out of those kind of granules. It seems to me like these are those individual granules. They just dyed them orange. And it's almost like the stuff that they press together to make that foam. So look at that. You can see the lighter trousers there. Now, Sea Dragon, I got this little thing here to show you. Here, okay, so there we go. That's the original painting, right? And on Thursday, we chopped it into 4. And then we created 4 individual paintings out of it here. So I'll be posting this to the Instagrams tomorrow. Oh yes, surface tension. That's actually surface tension. Why don't you share your stuff again? I know you did before, but why don't you share it again? Your fabulous oil painted miniatures there. And Camdo, why don't you share some of the stuff you've been working on? Again, more fabulous oil painted miniatures. So yeah, Sea Dragon, I'm gonna be doing the next 3 Thursdays. Right, because I have 3 more of those that I did at Gen Con, and then I'm actually going to try to airbrush some more things, and we'll just we'll do the same thing. We'll kind of take those and develop those and make new spacescapes out of them, out of one image. Actually, do I have... I think there's a... Yep, that is... Let me get rid of that. There we go. So yeah, Sea Dragon, I've got somewhat... Well, the other ones I'll try to take more precise pictures of. This one, all I have is just the one that I took at Gen Con. So the other three, now that I know I'm going to be doing that, I'll take a little bit better picture of the other three. So yes, Sea Dragon, that's a little bit of old-fashioned flash right there. Yep, that is old-fashioned metal flash. These things, there was flash hanging all over the place on these things, surface tension. Oh my gosh. It was nuts. It was absolutely bonkers. There was flash for days. But these figures, I would estimate these are from either 2000, somewhere between the 2003, 2005 era. Actually, maybe more like 2005. Because these would probably be more Return of the King, I would say, as opposed to Two Towers. So yeah, these probably go back to maybe more like 2005. That's still 20 years ago. These are old-fashioned metal miniatures with all of the flash that you would expect on old metal miniatures. Because even the Easterlings, those were all metal originally. So Peace Talker, so you've seen the sculpt, prime, and paint video then. Now I don't know if you saw the other ones where we used epoxy sculpt and some more, shall we say, fancier materials. So yeah, I would definitely prefer a metal miniature to a cast resin miniature for sure. That's always been my most hated material. Was the cast resin. No, fail cast is the ultimate hate, right? Surface tension. Yeah, fail cast was the ultimate worst. That's fantastic, Sea Dragon. Well, of course, give him a hug for me. Yeah, won't be able to get to that. It's weird, Sea Dragon, because I always think of that as being in November. I can remember a couple of cold days there at that Gamehole Con. And then there was the one day that there was a decent amount of snow that happened too. It wasn't exactly, a blizzard or anything like that, but it was a good 3-4 inches, something like that. So Kagome's Fury, I didn't know you were still here. Thank you so much for the raid, Kagome's Fury. And everybody, please give Kagome's Fury that follow. And actually, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat one more time there, Kagome's Fury, please go ahead. Yeah, share that one more time before you head off to sleep. So let's see. So it's 2:42 here now in the morning. Now, Sea Dragon, I could is that little stadium that's next to it? Is that a like a minor league sort of hockey slash basketball arena there that they also use for live shows? Because I seem to remember at least one time during a game hall con where they were there was some kind of a show going on there. Wow, GC Dragon, that's super early. Holy smokes. Man. I think the earliest we ever went up there, it was basically almost Halloween. I think that was the earliest we'd ever been up there for that. All right, now let's try getting some of our lighter blue out here, shall we? Nope, nope, nope. This stuff here. There we go. Breaking this down like we do. Hey there, recoil. So recoil, things look very bleak there, don't they? Again, I don't think it's pretty much irrelevant anyway. I don't think it would matter one way or another. But yeah, this is going to be it's going to be a down way to end the season, right, recoil? So yeah, Sea Dragon. There was definitely a couple of cold ones there. And we never actually stayed in Madison. There was Kathy's friend in Deerfield. And I think it's called Deerfield, right, Sea Dragon? That's a nearby little town. So again, doing our lighter blue here. So yeah, recoil, I was wondering. I kept waiting for you to say, oh my gosh, have you seen what's going on? Well, hopefully you got yourself a little bit of sleep there, recoil. I know that it's been kind of active. Trying to take care of the moment, everything there. There's been a lot going on. And of course, we want to say hello to Mom, and hopefully, again, Mom is feeling better. Wow, actually, Riley West and Norton just kicked some goals because they were down. Yeah, they were down by 4, I think, something like that. Yeah, recoil. Hopefully, actually, recoil. What kind of stuff? What kind of vittles were you fixing to have tonight? Because it's, I mean, it's not quite that time. It's a little while yet, but. I think something out of the fabulous air fryer can maybe improve morale and spirits. Which also maybe spirits might do too. AKA medicine. Now, recoil was it? There's times where I've just fallen asleep in a chair or something like that, and I'm waking up because I'm basically falling out of it. Yeah, there's that kind of waking up. Those are no fun. Either that or waking up to squeak, barking at somebody outside. Let's see. No problem there, recoil. Surface tension. That's one of the things that I want to start doing again this fall and winter is breaking out that waffle maker. Now I cannot confirm nor deny that we'll do rum waffles, but I do want to at least try to make some waffles there. So yeah, Sea Dragon. There was some frosty weekends there for sure. Okay, I think this is the last one we're doing. This level blue. Then we're gonna do the magenta. Then we'll go maybe back into our blue again. Maybe a little bit lighter skin tone ish. Now we'll do some of the stuff on the base and the snakes. Again, now this is almost effectively some dry brush in here. A little lighter there. Oh yeah, let's not forget the stuff on top of his head. Also something here. Okay, good enough on that. Now let's play around with some of that magenta here. Is this still reasonably active down here? Sorta, kinda, maybe. This is by no means our lightest magenta, but we also have to reflect some of that on our sword again. So yeah, Sea Dragon. There was some years there that I actually brought the monitor down and the camera, and I know I was painting Song of Ice and Fire stuff down there. I can remember doing that. Okay, we'll keep it rolling here. Again, it's almost a bit like a dry brush there. Here, let's get a little bit of this going now. Is this number? Yes, this is I think number 2 out of 4. Yeah, it's number 2 out of 4 here. Anything else? Yeah, let's get that going. A little bit of the violet reflecting up into the sword again. We'll have to get some of the brown from the skin in there too. Come on. Push you over that way a little bit. That actually needs to be a little magenta over there. And same here. Yep, gotta get that reflected on the sword. That magenta is gonna be sitting right next to it, unless there's kind of like the Welshlandic anti-death orb shield or something like that. Unless there's something that is protecting it from reflections, we gotta make sure there's something reflected there. No problem there, Polly. So great to, of course, as always, great to have you here. All right, we've done that. Now let's get to our ground here. Thank you so much, Polly. Appreciate that. So, and again, we're going to get down to our bases here. And, of course, these are the Daz air dry clay bases. This is it's kind of fun. It's almost like an old technique now, surface tension. To me, that's something I was new. It's actually been around for a while there. Now, of course, surface tension, I guess, is I think there was a bit of controversy over cadmium gray. Is it an actual thing, or is it really just a radiant gray? Yeah, in disguise. Is it really just radiant gray that's masqueraded as this cadmium gray? I know it's the national color of Welshlandia, but oh, there you go, surface tension. There's a new little challenge there. Go into GPT and see if it'll make a Welshlandic banner that's just gray. I mean, it's literally just gray. So everybody check out that link that Polly just posted there. Some Tyranid, yep, some Tyranid goodness there. Did we get? Oh, nope, there's one more of these. And then we will get some later stuff in there. I don't know. We won't use the... No, we won't use our Naples yellow. We use the white there. Yes, now is that something that can be legally exported out of Welshlandia there? Surface tension? I don't believe that is not a legal export. I think it has to remain in the country. And again, everybody check out that link that Polly UK just shared. What are we here? Let's get back to it here. Blending brush here. Now we'll work our way back through these. More of our later stuff right there. Blending brush again. So the Bulldogs narrowly manage a 1-goal win over the downtrodden D's. Again, that is not ideal, but even a draw would have basically meant the end of the season. So they saved their season here. Have a feeling they might have been playing not to lose the entire game instead of just playing to win. Let's get our light there. Okay, there we go. Now I can start to see that start to develop just a bit there. A little more of our light out here. Okay, we've got one more of these guys to do. Yep. Nope, a little bit more of our white into that mix there. And come on, more of that here. Yes, and then the cadmium gray hue is a poor substitute, right surface tension. It doesn't have anywhere near the luster of the true cadmium gray. Again, Welshland cadmium gray. Oops. Okay, that got a little lighter than we wanted. No problem. Looky here. We're just going to do the... Oh, look, we just did the blending brush on that. So you can see how it kind of goes up and then it goes down again. You can see that's the DAS air dry clay right there. And once we hit that with our blackest black, that just totally disappears. I wonder, let me see if I got one here that you can kind of see that on. I'm looking around for one here. Maybe this one. No, not that one. Ah, here you go. Look at this. See that? That has been extended with the DAS air dry clay. Look at that. You can really see it there. A little bit lighter on the side of that sand dune type effect there. Lighten you up a bit more. Also over here. Where is it? Ah, this is my blending brush. Two more. Yep, two more with this. Nice to see you again there, Grimfang. I hope that you've had yourself a great start to your Sunday. Appreciate you being here. So Grimfang, we are hammered away here at 10. Yes, it's an old-fashioned Saturday challenge, right, Camda? 10 miniatures here. And less than 5 hours. Yeah, I just looked up. I'm like, yeah, it's less than 5 hours. Been working on 10 of these guys. Catch a bit. There we go. A bit more of them there. So you can see again. You can see the extra height that's added there. And once we take the blackest black to it, that really, I mean, it almost just about hides that edge. Well, that's fantastic, Grimfang. Hopefully, I'm sure it's been fun. So there again, a little bit of the lighter sandy stuff. Let's get some of that out here. Yeah, I guess. Well, do you think that's something that you could maybe sculpt in, Meshy or something, or not Meshy, a mixer or something, or blender? You know what? While I'm at it, I'm actually maybe gonna lighten this up a little bit here too. To be a little bit more like that one we just did. Okay, now let's do a little something on our sneaky snakes here and the boots. We haven't really done anything with them just yet. Not on these last four guys here. So yeah, surface tension, I'd be curious to see what you came up with there. Again, just doing a little bit of the dry brushy stuff on there. But it's wet blending because it's oils. Alright, something like that. Did we do the... Yeah, we already got something on that. But not on these shoes. And we'll lighten up this some more here. Okay, back to the one with our snake on it. Again, kind of dipping into a little bit of our Naples yellow there. I'll let that just kind of do some mixing. Blending brush to it there. Same deal on this snake here. Anything else? Yeah, okay, let's get our smaller brush here. Let's start doing some lighters. How about lighter magenta? Let's do that. Let's get some actual magenta in here. That we had to break that down a little bit more. Using the radiant violet to lighten that up. Well, that, oh geez, Rico, that sounds really good. That sounds fantastic. That is going to be very yummy. I'm trying to, yeah, it's been a whole nother week with no air fryer, given the fact that it's, well, been in the 90s, high 80s or 90s all week long. That has meant we've had to find some alternative things, mostly just doing stuff on stovetops. There was a couple of days, oh yeah, that's right, with the salmon fillets. We did those. This is a cuisine channel after all. Also a gardening channel, and actually, yeah, there's gonna be some tomatoes showing up pretty soon. I don't know exactly how long from flowers to actual ripe tomatoes, but that's a happening. We got ourselves a whole bunch of flowers on those tomato plants. It's been bizarre recoil. Actually, recoil, there's been a chicken that's been thawing out all like the last 3 days or something like that. And that may have to go into just the regular oven there. Because, well, the oven doesn't run on the electricity, so since we need that air conditioner going. And that still heats up the kitchen area, and well, therefore this room too. Yes, because this room is well, actually it's still 80 degrees in this room, which I think is what, about 27-ish or something. No, no, not that high. It's about maybe 23, 24. Yeah, wow, geez, I don't know if I've ever seen a plum tree there, surface tension. There's not a whole lot of fruit trees anywhere in this neighborhood. There's crabapple trees. That's about it. Yeah, that's about the only fruit tree you're gonna get around here. Needless to say, them's not good eatins, so they are good for throwing at people. That I do know. I heard it from a friend. We'll put it that way. Let's throw some of that down this way. Now, yeah, remember Surface Tension with Steeler Rebel? It was always a battle over the oranges. And I forget what birds it was there that were trying to eat all the oranges. My suggestion of a BB gun, for whatever reason, was ignored. I told the neighbor next door. I mean, she's got a whole, she's got like a second floor view of the garden right there. I told her you gotta be on the lookout for varmints there. If you see any varmints, you gotta take them out with that BB gun. That's neighborhood produce right there. That's got to be defended. I might go slightly. Whoops, not that much white. We ain't going that much later on the magenta stuff here. So those are the really super mischievous ones there, surface tension, that are kind of on the smarter side too. that know how to like crack computer code and stuff. So when they're not breaking into your fruit trees or your garbage cans, they're stealing your identity and buying stuff online with it. Let me do that. Yeah, a little bit again of the lighter magenta out there. That's what I thought, surface tension. They are smart, mischievous buggers. So these two with the lighter magenta, then we'll do some of our lighter golds. How's what we do that too? Let's not forget about those. So surface tension, some of those crows send you that the I am a such and such prince or whatever emails. Let me try to chuck a little something lighter in there, maybe for some eyes or whatever. Actually, those truffle fries, they make me think waffle fries. That's something I haven't had in a long time. Yes, the ye old waffle fries. Alright, gold in a couple of places. Oh, I gotta get that under. A little sneaky snake there, too. On the sword hilt. Not quite there. That's a scorpion. That I know what that is. The other stuff, not so sure what the other things are. So now our last four guys, they're starting to get caught up to our other guys. The original six. And I'm going to hang on to the other two because I want to have those for a little bit of a picture reference there. Okay, that later. Also here. We still have to do our lighter blue as well. Our lightest blue anyway. We did sort of the initial little dry brush type lighter stuff there, but now we want to get some of the much lighter blues going. So did one of the crows there talk about the value in what is that, resale mortgage? What is that called? Secondary mortgages or something like that? What is that called? That's the latest thing that the last 5 years or so they've been trying to get people to do is sell off their mortgages or whatever. Sneaky snake on the side of that here. A little bit of our, yep, let's get that right in here. There we go. Little scorpion there. Okay, we already did that over here. Yep. I think here let's kick the highlights on our gold stuff right now while we're thinking about it. Here. On that sword there. Sword hilt. Dagger. Might try, yeah, I'll try to get. Oh, that's it. We'll do the latest light on the trousers there because then that'll give me a little better handle just how light the blue should be. All right, that's a good plan. We'll do that. So surface tension, it would seem now I've been replenishing the Irish Spring soap like every 4 days or so on the plants. Now there's been some nibbles, but I don't think anywhere near the kind of destruction that I've seen before in that garden. And I haven't had to spray anything. I mean, it's literally just taking a bar of Irish Spring soap, chopping it into usually 8 pieces or something. The one thing I haven't actually done is put it on pikes. That's what I really wanted to do, was put the Irish Spring soap on pikes. But it seems like it's doing something. I've been doing it for the hostas as well. Okay, that's going there. You know what? I'm going to say they just have some gold rings or something over there. We'll have to get the lighter skin on his hands there as well. Lighter stuff on these golds. Snake there. Scorpion. Now let's get down to the pants here. Fine, I'll just throw a drop of thinner there. Breaking this down. Yeah, surface tension, it's just, I know the Cathy's family, they've been doing that for years. Now, it doesn't break down quite as, you think it would really break down, but now maybe I guess if there's more moisture or something like that, but it hasn't, it's been kind of surprising surface tension. It has not broken down quite as much as I thought. It's taken much longer. And the plants certainly do not seem to mind, that's for sure. Has no effect on them. Let me work on that up here. Get a little bit of something lighter down here on this part of the sword. Yep, let's get down to the trousers again. And I think that's what makes the Irish Spring Gambit so popular, is because it's unlike pesticides or something like that. You're not screwing things up. Did we? Okay, we did that one. So we're working this way with our trousers. Little lit lighter right in there. Right up in here. Do we have one more with the white? Yeah, we got one more here with the white trousers. And then the later blue, we'll do that for sure. And then maybe some lighter stuff on the skin as well. Here we are. Same bit of light up here on that sword. We'll let that blend into the kind of Payne's gray over there. Yeah, no, wait a minute. One last little. Come on, trying to get that eye. There we go. To the blue. Lighter blue here. Much lighter blue. Now I think we're getting there. Through here. There, let's get some lighter stuff on his feetses there. We've got to get some of this on the arms too. Fine, we'll get some of that up here. The blending brush. Ooh, not that one. Not that one. We'll use one that doesn't have any paint on it. How's about that? It's probably a better plan. Those other ones kind of a little bit. Now they got a little bit of paint on them, so they're not really going to be such a straight up dry brush. Here, let's maybe grab another one of these that we can use, like this one here. That's good enough. Which also, extra feature, this brush has some blue tack on there. Again, you might expect to spend 200-300 hours for a brush like that, but here in Wapelville, we always have a special going on. You can get 2 of those for $800. Again, it's a limited time offer. Get it while it lasts. Whoops, that's a little too much. There's my new blending brush. So see you later there, Surface Tension. Appreciate you being here as always. We'll see you on your Tuesday there, Surface Tension. More Battlestar Galactica. Nice to see you there, Lost Loafer. Happy Sunday. So yes, indeed, 5 hours and 5 minutes ago, these 10 guys looked like this right here. That's what we started with. And in the last 5 hours, 10 of them. Well, Loafer, that's quite the stream there. Everybody please give Lost Loafer a follow. Lost Loafer, if you wanted to post anything, you're probably a little too tired to post something you just did in the stream there. But great to see you. Yeah, Camda, that's now of course there's no freehand, but there's also no object source threading, right, Camda? And the object source lighting, that's usually how we cheat. I don't have a Discord there, Loafer. So if you got, maybe you can post your Discord links there, or Instagrams, or Facebooks, or something like that. Ooh, let's get some light up there also on here. I mean, it really is insane, right, Camda, just how that cuts down the time. And of course, well, when the Wolves of Isengard series, that would be another series with object source lighting on it for sure. So Lost Loafer, I hope you had a good RPG session there. I don't know if it was more hack and slash, more treasure stuff, or if it was actually a little more role play type of thing. Nice to see you there, Kihasu. Welcome back. Hope that you're doing well. So we are painting up a whole bunch more Merchant Guard, again to go with our Harad army here. So you can see that's we're matching what we did with those earlier Merchant Guard. And here's a little thing we did, kind of a fun little graphic we did of our Golden King of Abrakhan there, with his golden throne, the Eye of Gold there, basically a gem that shows that you have the favor of Sauron. Now, last night's stream, we were painting these three guys. This was about a 4.5 hour stream or so. This is our old Lizard Man scheme that we did years ago. All done with the oil paints, of course. So yeah, these three guys painted those up on stream last night. Let's get some more of our blue into here. Lighter blue, that is. I think we got one more to do. Yeah, we haven't done it on this guy yet. I think we'll maybe try to get some of the lightest skin tone. Yeah, let's do the latest skin tone next, maybe. No problem there, Kihasu. And of course, Kihasu, you can always use, you got that, like the little air purifiers or something like that. Have a little bit of circulation going too. That can get rid of some of that. So Kihasu, it's been quite the whirlwind. There was the Adepticon meeting thing, and then there was, then there was the floods. Then there was Gen Con right after that. So it's been a very active July and now into August. Oh, thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Thanks, Recoil. Recoil, that's going to be handy because there are some. There's Navarrete Studios. Yeah, there's an Imre Hill STL that I want to get. That would be especially for the army painting vids. I think that would be a really nice Imre Hill to have for the video. Because well, I think I've sent you the song, right, Recoil. So thank you so much. Now again, Kihasu, I'm not sure how much you got out there, but remember, we're just using a little water bottle cap right here. So maybe that's also another reason, because for cleaning the brushes, right, we're not using that. We're using this. Now look, it's fantastic because it works for dried acrylic as well, and it's got no look at it, not hazardous, no vapors, none of that. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Now, we say this all the time when we look back on some of our older stuff here. I sure as heck wish I had the oil paints for these. And I don't mean for weathering or anything like that. I mean, we're talking about Fanchon Red, right? For all the reds. We're talking about the golds would be so easy to do with our Indian yellow and all the reflected colors. Remember, too, look, you can see how open those vehicles are with all those crazy the gears and everything like that. Would have been a ton easier to do in the oil paints. Same thing with this one here. You can see everything is wide open, right? Would have been a billion times easier. Look at this. Again, we could have used our Indian yellow mixed with maybe some of our a little bit of the probably Windsor yellow and Mars yellow deep, right? Could have used that. And then there's this thing. There's this crazy giant that ray gun. That's like 3 pounds of resin, just the ray gun. And then it's basically like 4 Land Raiders all in one. And look at this. There's also a telescope. There's articulating plasma cannons on there. There's an open cockpit also with a plasma cannon on it. So, and the whole thing articulates again in several directions. That was insane, and that would have been a bazillion times easier to paint with the oils. Again, start to finish, not just using them for weathering or something like that. Now, Camden, I do have some relatively complex vehicles, I think, that, I mean, they're not quite like that, but I have some. And of course, well, we've done a few of our Vehicles Workshop series, and the oils have really helped to make short work of those vehicles. Alright, let's do our later skin tone on here. So much appreciated there, Recoil. As always, that's a big help. But yeah, there's a couple of Navarrete Studios files. What was the other one? Well, I'm not doing the Navarrete Studios bow rug. I have enough bow rugs painted. But yeah, I think it was the Imre Hill file and a couple of other specialty ones that I think would be very good for the Army Showcase vids. So Camda, the reds would be super easy. Again, basically Fanchon red / Naphthol red. Something like the Perline red, Perline crimson for the darks. You could even pre-glaze Perline crimson on there if you wanted to, Camda. Yep, you could even do something like that. Because those vehicles, I had to, the tracks, those had to be painted like in separate pieces so that I could actually get at all those gears. Wouldn't need to do that with the oils. I could just get at the gears. Super easy. So again, 5 hours 15 minutes ago, all 9 of our merchant, or 10, sorry, of our merchant guard here were completely devoid of all things color and paint. They were just primer. Actually, the last time, no, that was only 9. The 9 dwarves in 10 hours, right? 10.5 hours. And those had OSA, yeah, those had tons of object source item on them, Camda. Nerifield, that is one of my favorite colors. It does so many different things. Now, of course, it comes with a little bit of a price tag on it. But of course, I got that fabulous paint sale there. Which again, I actually have to look at Dick Blick because they say there's a paint sale going on. Might look at maybe some of the Alkids there that might need for that class. And of course, it's the only staining red that we know of, right, Nerifel? Yeah, I'll tell you what else is going to be staining red. You don't clean that litter box, it's going to be issues. It's like, dude, what's a litter box? You don't really want to know. I don't think so. I don't know what that other crazy guy. He keeps asking about pipeweed and all that kind of says. Oh yeah. He's don't pay any attention. He's like a Maiar. Nothing. So there's a sighting of Prinkles right there. I hear rumors that there's yet another. There's Prinkles 3.0 in town here. Armored Wolf may have furnished another Prinkles here. I mean, it's when we were doing all those Lord of the Rings cats, right? We were trying to find out, is this a one cat household? Now we're going to find out, is this a one Prinkles household? If suddenly you find that the most of North America is no longer on the map, then you know this is not a one Prinkles, this is not a two Prinkles house. There we go. Nerifel, this one better not, because it does not have wings. Now, of course, I could put wings on there. I do have some, actually. In fact, I might just have to do that anyway. Yes, we'll have to put wings on it. I have them. Might as well use them. Yep, we're going to do that. So be yet another winged Prinkles, but obviously we're going to do a whole different color scheme. Maybe a turquoise Prinkles or something like that. Or maybe, oh, we haven't done any object source lighting Prinkles in Ganes. Maybe we got to do that. So everybody please give Inganes a follow and see you later there, Inganes. Have a fantastic breakfast there. Appreciate you being here like always. Now let me here, let's get some of our Payne's Gray again. We're gonna hit some of our sword blades here with some dark like you do. Let me get a little touch of that around some of these elements here. Yeah, I think that's it, Nerva. We got to get wings on the new Prinkles, and then we got to do object source lighting, because we did not do that with either of the other two Prinkles. Because more object source lighting, more better. That's where we need some more. So yeah, that was, if you remember, these, I think these were Medberry. Yeah, these were Medberry dwarves. Did I already pass by them here? Yep, there they are. So there's, yeah, 3, 6. There was 9 of them there. There was the king. There was, I think, one Vault Warden team. And then some axe dudes there. Believe it or not, I've actually, I think I printed out some more dwarves. Yes, I printed out more dwarves because, well, if we're going to be doing Moria videos and Khazad-dûm and all that kind of stuff, we need dwarves. We'll see you in a bit there, Recoil. Again, I'll shoot you some messages after the stream. Appreciate you being here, of course, Rico, and thank you so much for everything. That as always a massive, massive help. So I'll see you in a bit there, and of course, well, as always, hello to Mum and Squeak. Oh, let's get this a little bit, yeah, a little bit lighter over there too. Oh, we gotta get our gem colors in there. Holy smokies. Gotta get our gem colors in there. As much as we love these Battlecraft supplies holders, the one thing about them is that when I've got this many guys out here, they kind of bump into each other a little bit. So see you later there, Recoil. Did I do the darker than? Maybe not. No, actually, I think I did. Well, sorry that you got activity going on there, Nerifel. I wonder if that is what's breaking the heat or something like that. I wasn't sure if you had the 90s up there too. Darker there. Get these guys out of the way. Ah, yeah, here's maybe we've made a little bit of Prussian blue to that. Some here. Back to the Payne's gray. Separate that a little. Here's some more dark up in there. Blending brush on that. Little more separation from his arms here. Oh yeah, I'm trying to think. What's the so some of the fireworks here? Yeah, that'll do it sometimes. Where I'm just about to do something with the brush, and all of a sudden, and again, we're talking about M100s going off right next to the house. Let's get the darker magenta right along that line there. darker magenta down there, and then up here. Yeah, a bit of it right there, and then let's separate the hands. Now of course we're getting to a point where we've kind of equalized these guys with the first ones. Now I'm having a hard time telling them apart. Yeah, all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute. This looks like one of the ones that we were working on a while ago. Yeah, we've got 10 of these underway. Yes, indeed, 10 of them all at once. So yeah, Camdiv, this is the new thing where, 10 guys in 5.5 hours or something like that. That bodes well for getting these extra figures going, right, that we're going to need for our videos. Yes, indeed. Holy smokes. I want to get my... Yeah, let me try this again. A little bit more of the darker blue there. We need a little more separation. That dagger there, too. Now, I never did get the lightest light on the swords. Let's do that here. Having that little dot of the thinner on the white really made that help. Kept that nice and soft and active, ready to go here. Where we at? Down here, maybe a little touch more here on the trousers. Now that I see what the lighter blue looks like. Yep, I'll get a little bit of the lighter white can up here. Oh yeah, I definitely need it up here. We're gonna have more of this now. Sharper edges with the light. It's not just the light versus dark, it's also some edge contrast there. Now we'll catch a couple of more lights on those golds there. Fine, a little bit of light on the fingers. Oh, that already has... I could only tell that this one was more completed because we have the gemstones on this stuff. There's one guy that has to get some gemstones on him. Here, let's try and get some lighter stuff on our little sneaky snake down here. You know what, I'm going to maybe throw a little bit more light on the sand here. And again, you can see how that's there, but once the blackest black goes on there, it's going to hide that little lip between the Daz air dry clay and the base itself. Because these are, again, are just the old metal figures, original metal Lord of the Rings figs on the 25 mil bases like always. Let me try to throw a little more of the light on his leg, blending a brush here. Are we doing something? Yeah, let's do something there. That's nope. No. Let's take our blending brush to that. Get rid of that. Now on a little snake down here, so you can give him some eyes. Is there? Now again, there we felt. I'm glad that you're getting a chance to do a little bit of painting there. These guys, yeah, maybe later here too. Same thing. Actually, I've already forgotten, Cam, to how long the stream was with our 4 painting. I don't think that was 5 hours, or was it? Was that actually 5 hours long? I don't think so. We're breaking speed records left and right, Camja? Now, let me do the gem stuff here. So, Prussian blue. Gee whiz, we need some thinner to break that down. It's been sitting over there for a while. And unlike the one where we did the 2 red and a blue, we'll do 2 blues and a red. Because I think they'll actually be faster right here. Now we've got this Alizarin Crimson gonna go in here. Yep, breaking that down. That'll go in there. Sky blue with the Prussian blue. To start making that lighter blue in here on these gems there. Also, maybe a little touch of that on the sword too. Fine, we get a little bit of our weight into that sky blue. So in effect, this is a more greenish blue. All the other blues we have are much more of a reddish blue. Not a radish blue. Actually, I wonder if that's another thing I could grow in that garden, is radishes. We'll see. Well, maybe give that a try as well. What else aren't we trying to grow in that garden? I don't want to get too light there. Let's not overdo that. Nope, that doesn't have any of our red in there. Now it does. That was too much. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Okay, that's more like it. Back to some of our white here. A little bit of edges on these gemstones here. On the little insets here. lighter down here on that part of the sword blade. Maybe a little bit of something, something on his arm there too. Let me go back to my lighter blue. Which means breaking that down again with some thinner here. Doing that again here with the lighter blue. And a little bit on the bottom there. Yeah. It's getting mighty crowded in my sky here with all 10 of these guys now floating around on the table. More of this here. With the lighter stuff around the... Oh, this blue up here. Maybe a little bit on his legs down here too. We got about as much of the light as we want to get on this stuff over here. Oh, thanks, Neri pal. Appreciate that. So yep, Neri fell. I don't think you got a chance to see the stream where we painted Serenity, did you? Which is no problem because well, we'll certainly do another one of those. Obviously, we'll try a little different view of Serenity there. Now, actually, Neri Phil, have you ever played the Firefly board game? Now, I know there's many different versions of it, and I know someone that has like the mega 20th anniversary, whatever edition of it, or 10th anniversary, whatever, with the big old neoprene mat and everything, and all the extra cards and the extra ships and captains and crew and such. That is it's a crazy game, much like how the Battlestar Galactica board game pretty much simulates the show. That also does a pretty good job of simulating Firefly. It's a little bit of it's a little dog eat dog. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think potentially after playing a couple of games of that in Nerifel, you might not be so solid anymore with some of the people you used to call friends. I mean, there's again, you might set the Reavers onto somebody, you might set the Alliance Cruiser onto somebody, and needless to say that that will make you less solid with somebody, for sure. If you stick the Alliance Cruiser on them. It can also take a little while to play. I know they do have some variants there that kind of make things go faster. A little bit like the, what is that? The Star Trek Ascendancy board game, where there's some rules. Again, a difference where instead of having to start out like with absolutely nothing, you start out with some things. I cannot confirm nor deny there's certain of the basically your little blockade runner type ships or whatever that I like more than others. I do really like the one that lets you mosey 2 spaces instead of 1. It's a real good way to avoid reavers and alliance cruisers. Now you can play it with close friends. They just won't be so close anymore, right? Right, Nerifil, after you play that. Yeah, they'll be more like semi-close friends instead of regular close friends. Now, of course, if you're playing it all the time, that's maybe a little different situation because, well, there'll be ample opportunity to repay the favor. Yeah, Nerifil. Oh, Diplomacy. That's the other game. Yeah, some friends of mine, they played that over 20 years ago. Actually, more like 30 years ago now, and they still bring it up like it was yesterday. They never finished the game. So yes, Diplomacy, not a game to play with folks that you might want to end up still being friends with. What's the game? Oh, it's a Hearts of Iron. That's right. It's kind of it's like a hyper advanced Axis and Allies type thing. That's right. But that's not coming until June of 2026, which I guess is closer now. Star Trek Ascendancy, also another one of those games where you start out as friends, maybe family. Then maybe afterwards, not so much friends, not so much family anymore. I've seen it happen. Yeah, let's do this here. Yeah, oh, we never did get our lighter blue up there. Look at that. We can still blend. We can still blend up there. Oh, there was another. Oh, gee whiz. Yeah, this was. Now I know 99.9.9% of people never heard of Age of the Renaissance. That is another game. Holy smokes! Yep, you drop some disaster cards on people. They are not going to be happy with you. Not at all. Let me get this guy over here. That was Risk Legacy or something like that. That was interesting because you literally did change the rules of the game, and your game became unique. It was not like any other game because you opened up the secret cards and you did this, that, whatever. Only ever played that one time. It was somebody else's. I don't know if they ever played it again after that. Dark Payne's Gray. Let's get that going here. Payne's Gray. Blending brush. Payne's Gray here. Now, actually, Rails is another game that can get very cutthroat. Now, when we played Rails, we didn't do the rules that make it more cutthroat. But that's another game that can get interesting. Well, if you're doing the cut rate rules or whatever, or cutthroat rules. Let me darken the edge of this down here. Yeah. Now, what about the fingers? Not on this hand. There's a. He could probably use actually some lighter colors on those fingers. Yeah, let's try that here. Get rid of you. Some lighter stuff on his fingers there. Now we'll push that light further this way. More on his elbow, I think. And look at this, so we can still mix with that. I mean, it's been hours since we last worked on this area, quite literally. Because what is it? Now we're almost 6 hours in. So again, 10 of our merchant guard here in less than 6 hours. This is essentially the first kind of mega Saturday challenge that we've done probably in years. I haven't played any of those, Nerifel. Well, I get to play very, very, very few board games. And, well, the Age of the Renaissance stuff, haven't played that. Good grief. Probably 6 years, maybe 7. Yeah, it's been years and years now. You know, here, let me get back to the Turk. Where's it? Turker S. Fulton here. We'll do that now. Let's try. For that, okay, I think that might work there. Let me try to engineer some more of our lighter skin tone on a couple more of the fingers here. Some of our nougat, yeah. Little lighter skin now, and also here on these fingers. Actually, there's it was called Altier. Nerifel, I got to play it one time at ReaperCon. I actually did get it. It was something that Kathy and I were going to play. It's basically, you are artists, you're all painters, and you're all trying to sell your masterpieces. And the one time I played it, everybody else was, well, again, they were trying to create big masterpieces, and I ended up winning the game by just making over the couch art. So yeah, I was basically doing Bill Alexander, Bob Ross style paintings. They were all trying to do Michelangelo and Da Vinci and Monet and everything else. And there's me. There's me just doing over the couch art. Because guess what? The over the couch art, let's put it this way, Nerifel, I wasn't using a lot of Puro Orange or Perline Crimson or what's their oh yeah, Cobalt Teal Bluish. Yeah, I wasn't using those colors very much. Let's put it that way. So it was called Altier, and I got it on Amazon. I think it might still be available there. I have to figure out where the heck I put the thing. Hopefully it's just in the living room. But it took a while to find it, that's for sure. You know what? I'm going to grab my Payne's Gray here. Well, we needed a little bit lighter than that. Yeah, let me find. We'll use some of you. Okay, I think now we're talking. So see you later there, Camda. Thanks so much for being here as always. Appreciate that. Well, we'll see you on your Tuesday. There, well, I'll shoot you a message certainly before then, Camda. But as always, thanks, and hopefully everything just gets a little bit easier. Oh, geez, thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Eventually I'm gonna have to see what the with the black next to it to see how light did I get those the sand there. I think I got it pretty light. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's got too much of the blue in it. Let's get rid of that. So see you later there, Camda. More of the white into this now. So yeah, let's start calling these Mega Saturday challenges then, because the old Saturday challenge doesn't really apply anymore, clearly. Because what was it? Oh yeah, it was the 15 goblins in 12 and a half hours. Yeah, that was like the original Saturday challenge. That was our Moria stuff. We got more of those gobos to do. Where's another one with the sneaky snake? Actually, I might get some. I might try to get some darks in on the snakes here, and yeah, let's try that. Let's try to get some maybe Fantoid Brown over here. We'll break that down. On our snakes here. Maybe even do a little, some kind of generic marking on them here. Around his wee little eyes there. Who's got another snake? There is another snake here. Some dark around that eye. Okay, we'll just throw some super quick markings on our snakes here. Nothing fancy. And good enough. Another snake over here. Some dark around his eyes too. Okay, there we go. A bit smaller with his eyes. Now this one, maybe the same kind of thing here. We'll just do some kind of quick little markings here on their backs. Super quick here. And for all intents and purposes, these guys are almost like terrain. Now, of course, I do have a little sneaky thing I'd like to do is put them all in a Moomock. Because remember, Moomocks, they don't just have to have the archer guys in them. They can essentially be like an APC. I think you can put 10 human-sized figs in one of the howdahs. And then you give them the repelling lines. I think it would be extra hilarious to have a bunch of these merchant guard come climbing down out of a Moomock howdah. I might give somebody a surprise. Probably not what they would be expecting. So I'm gonna, yeah, let's get some darker stuff on this here snake. Like you do. More of the markings on the back. Not doing that. We have plenty of coral snakes already. I know my Wild West Exodus things, I would just do my little green stuff snakes there. Literally just snakes that I would make out of leftover green stuff that was, I'd mixed too much or something like that. Let me see if I can. That might be a little too much darker stuff on his head there. Maybe something that also kind of separates his feet from the thing there. Now, let me see if I can. Also, do I have some water here? Or did I get rid of all of it? What's in here? Oh, there is. Well, let me double check if that's water. Oh, that's actually water. Okay. Because I need to see something on my bases here. What in the world is going on? Okay, I don't have a monitor here. 1 second. I think that maybe got unplugged or something. So somehow my monitor got unplugged, which means I have no control over everything. And I'm trying to get that plugged back in, but unfortunately I can't see what I'm doing here. So I'm not sure what these buttons are gonna do. So yeah, I might have to end the stream here. Although I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Well, actually, okay, it's over here. Never mind. I think we got it. Okay, so we have two monitors in one. Because, again, something happened to this monitor, so we'll just have to do what we can here. So I can't... Oof, this is going to be very difficult here. Let me see what we can try and do. And, of course, now I don't have my controls either. Let me try this here. Oh, that's what it is. Of course, my camera boom got messed up too in the course of doing this. That's what happened. Let's try this again. Okay, so we're just going to try putting the black stuff on here. Again, no idea what the heck is going on, but the monitor just got unplugged somehow and it will not turn back on. So let's just do this here. Because we got to do this anyway. Yeah, we can really see just how light I got this stuff here too. So hopefully, I don't know, okay, I am caught up with the chat there because now, again, my controls are all over the place. Man, I'm sitting there, I'm trying to crawl underneath the table to get to this thing. No idea if this monitor is even plugged in or turned on. That's not a button that does anything. Okay, that's not doing anything. So yeah, wow, that really makes a big difference there. So I'm definitely going to do that with the rest of these. Especially since I have identified a water source. Well, I had identified one. So yeah, all of a sudden I looked up and there was just a black screen. There was nothing. That's, whoops, no, that's our thinner over there. We don't want that. Not in our blackest black. So yeah, and I have no idea what the heck. All of a sudden I look up and there's no monitor. It's gone. And then I was like, well, okay, maybe I'll have to move on along. And I'm like, nope, there's no controls either. Because the second monitor, all that just has, that's just another way for me to see the chat and also look for rating partners. Wow, that stuff got lighter than I thought. Yeah, and the reason why all of a sudden he got really close is that in the quest to try and move stuff around, somehow I yanked the wire on this and brought the whole camera rig down. Alright, let's do that. Wow, yeah. I didn't think I had gotten this, the sand color quite that light, which is good, because that's, if you look at this guy here, that actually matches that a whole lot closer. Because all I can figure is that somehow my foot got hooked on a cable or something like that and then somehow worked it loose. But I can't tell which cable it is, and certainly not doing that while we're live on stream. Yeah, and also now you can really see the sand dune texture there also. Bingo. That's really gonna make it. It was really hard to see because that was our lighter dry brush stuff there. So as I'm painting the sand, I'm thinking, well, the sand's not all that light. No, I was comparing it to almost white. Yeah, look at how light that sand looks now. Boom, look at that. And let's try to do this again here with the blackest black. Well, this is their. It's not the actual blackest black. It's that golden acrylic stuff. And because there was once a stream that was last year or something like that. All of a sudden, I get this message that the monitor is going to power down in X amount of minutes. Yeah, boy, look at that. You can really see now that little ridge of the sand dune. And we'll do this. Yep, more here. What else? Yeah, okay, we got. Jeez, there's still two more of these. That's when you know you've done a few of these on stream, and it takes a while just to get through this process here. Wow, look at the edge of that. Well, we got that. That is way later than I thought I was getting, which is great. Again, I'm not worried about that. That was what I was hoping for. I just didn't think I was actually getting that light. Man, now here you'll really see again. This is where there's at least a 1/16 of an inch there. See, of the DAS air dry clay. And when you do this, then it really hides the fact that you've added to the base. And no, these bases not 3D printed or anything like that. This is all old school right here. Old school actual sculpting. Another one of our raised bases here. So again, you can see that is raised up. Look at that nifty edge right there. Get my black down in there. And here's again another, this will make a big difference right here because we got only that lighter gray to see the sand up against. Look at that, see there again, that follows our little ridge line of the sand dune. Yeah, nearly failed. Well, if you've heard me say many times, right, this is a mutual war of annihilation between myself and the computers. They know I want to destroy them, and I know they want to destroy me. So it's It's almost like we're playing a game of diplomacy or Firefly. No, it's like diplomacy, Firefly, ascendancy, Age of the Renaissance, all rolled into one. That's what this is. Yeah, well, you really can't see that edge anymore. That really changes that around. Okay, now let's get this closed up here. And now it's touching this. It's like that's that spray glue that I was using in that last video. As much as I love that spray glue, it does kind of get all over the place. And I even had my blast guard going, and it still got all over the place. Okay, so yeah, that really looks more like this right here. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Okay, that's good. I don't think I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm not gonna put a darker sand colors in there. But I do think now that it is 4:30, and well, we've been doing this for over 6 hours, and now we're down a monitor. I'm going to see if Mini Maddie's is maybe still streaming here. Because, yeah, it won't let me move that over. Okay, where's my... Here we go. Let's try this. And let's see if Mini Maddie's is out there. Yes, there is Mini Maddie's. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raid over there. I'm going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had some of those. Want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Yeah, thanks, Nerifo. Appreciate you being here. Sorry that I won't really be able to continue here because having only the one monitor is really, really difficult. It's not. It's difficult enough with two. It's certainly not designed for one. So I'm going to head on over that way. We'll get our raid countdown underway here. So thanks again. Appreciate the Armored Wolf. And here we got 10 of these guys. Even now we got patterns on the snakes there. So yeah, there's 10 of these guys. Thanks so much, everybody. Appreciate that. And I will see you on Monday